let's get started. Audio good? Yep, that's good. Started the recording a bit early this time. Can fix that later. Alright. Are we quite centered? Snacks at the ready? There we go. Okay. Seems everything is ready to go. Let's see, is this running? Yes, very good. Let's get back to the sky. Now, with the most recent bit of news we've gotten, we need to go out to the Blue Kingdom. Form an alliance with the thing in the White Well. You will need a Crimson Promise as proof of your value. I've got those. I've got those to spare. Plenty more. I have enough wealth that I don't think I need to buy and sell and trade any longer, really. I just need enough fuel to sail. Enough supplies to feed the men. And a few knickknacks from time to time to see my way through. A few palms need greasing. Oh, what's the, I need to return in 15 days for the phlegmatic researcher? Have I already done that? I don't suppose there's much point in doing so either way. What'll I get for seeing that done? Money? Well, we're beyond that. If I ever need Crimson Promises again, I'll have to go to the Heart Catchers. If I need more captivating treasures, the most effective means I've found is, I suppose, it would have to be hunting some things in the Reach. Now, hunting the, specifically, guests. Guests have a drop rate for those. If it's Searing Enigmas, I'll need to hang out in Eleutheria. Condemned Experiments I don't have a good lead on. If I'm asked to acquire a Condemned Experiment, I'm not sure what to do. Oh, am I out of otherworldly artifacts? Then we'll need to come back with hours to travel second class. Or I can conduct an excavation for otherworldly artifacts over in... what's the name of that port? The Trader's Woods. Let's go to the Trader's Woods and conduct an excavation. We may need to go back and forth between the Blue Kingdom a few times. I don't recall what I used all of those on. It might have been to fix the relay. I don't believe we have any opportunities to run. I skipped on that. Skipped on both of those. I'm gonna swing by Magdalene's for a terror reduction on the way to Trader's Wood. I think I can go full speed up through Haven Wood. Try not to crash now. That's about right. The left turn going into the fallows is sharp. I'll have to cut the engine when I hit that point. Or do I? Oh, we can make a turn like that. Yeah, we can do that just fine. The incautious driver would be proud. Judicious now, I suppose. He's a changed fellow. Just as I was getting a notice about morale on the locomotive. Treatment for loneliness. And one for guilt. As for nightmares, we have 8 moments of inspiration. We'll have a false meeting with Her Renewed Majesty. At the keepsake market, I'll buy an unlicensed chart. And I'll write a port report, because there's certainly time to do that. Oh, I can listen to the will of the people here at Magdalene's? Well, might as well. Seems to be the nature of all business conducted at Parliament, as of now. Might as well conduct a bit of business for Parliament. Peacock wind would pose a bit of trouble, maybe? No, looks like we're clear. Hardly any terror to show for it as well. I believe I can refuel at Somerset. Quite the unwise maneuver for you. Now, we'll have this embarrassing little detour out of the way. Ah, got a full crew. Excuse me. Which of these is good for the port report? Take Visions of the Heavens. Thank you. Expeditions, here we go. An uncanny specimen. Handy. There we go. Just 3 otherworldly artifacts. It's not a tremendously good trade, but oh well. We can't refuel here, only resupply. Well, that'll do for now. I don't have to spend these very often. There's not really much else of a... Not really hardly anywhere else we can get them. Not reliably. Oh, it's one of those tacked-on things. I don't think about them until until they're all gone. Bit of Danish. I have some expectations that we're nearing the end of this journey. And I'm wondering if I'll continue to any extent after finding the truth. If I can indeed acquire it. Fine, if you won't bother me. Ow. Of course, the other thing I could have done for otherworldly artifacts is just go into the to turn in port reports. I'll do that now. Get those port reports in and convert all of that into otherworldly artifacts. That should give me a good few more. And pay for some of the fuel and supplies I've used in this little roundabout. I also didn't acquire the panes of glass that would be necessary to build a scribe spinster. I've been building up this favor for a while. There we go. I'm not aware of anywhere I can get stained glass in the Reach or the Blue Kingdom. You have to go to either Eleutheria or Albion for that. Seeds, opportunities, doesn't matter. Refill the hold. Let's do this again. Be more or less a cap and a half worth of Crimson Oaths and things. In terms of what we've got in the hold right now. First class to the Blue Kingdom, please. Alright, we're off to the White Well. Alright. I'll make a quick stop at Skybarnet to see about opportunities. I may also want to peruse the journal regarding this area at large. So, if I want to go meet with the Daughter of the Sun, I'll need to be yoked. Something to remember. I'd also best bring on a litigator. Let's bring on a cowled loquacitor. Get 2 sets of notes on the Blue Kingdom. There we go. This is the only one that can be hired for an intangible. And that's worthwhile. This means I don't have to hold on to any hold space. 7 rolls of Thirsty Bombazine for the Forge of Souls, and Undistinguished Souls for the Forge. Now, regarding Blue Kingdom commodities, there's reason to carry a couple of different things. So I'm going to want to carry around perhaps a few Navaratine gemstones. Yeah, we'll go ahead and carry that Thirsty Bombazine. I'll likely have the chance to ferry that along soon enough. So, up to the White Well. Let's see, I don't have a reason to go into that House of Days. Huh. Vessel here, Falzel's silence. I'll take a look around for something. Let's look for something odd. An otherworldly artifact, not a big deal. Okay. Let's escape notice over there. Now, if I need to talk to what's in the well, I'll need to go to the well mouth up over here. Let's begin. In earnest. Descend into the well to form an alliance with the thing interred within. The Suns feared it and imprisoned it here. Perhaps you and it can help each other. With harness, pittons, and a carefully secured rope, you climb down the ice of the well's mouth and into the dark, which seethes and scuttles and surges up from below. And the darkness is spiders, thousands of spiders. Not common spiders, but sorrow spiders, each the size of a cat, and the leg of one is knotted to the leg of the next, a living tidal tapestry of them gushing across the icy walls. A voice reaches up from below, and you realize that the seething flood is only a digit, only a finger, of the incomprehensible mass of them trapped deeper in the well. Sorrow spiders were a plague on old London due to their custom of stealing eyeballs to lay their young in. Sometimes they would become knotted into a spider council, but no council you've ever heard of comprised more than 40 or so. The thing in the well is billions, a spider senate. Its voice is soft. And who is this? A creature of ambition, a creature of imagination, a creature prepared to do what others would not. Will propose an alliance. The Spider Senate does not laugh. Yes, I would be interested. I've had a long time to think about it. I cannot leave the well, but my legacy could. You could carry it for me. You've come this far. Of course you agree. The spiders surge across you. There is an unpleasantness concerning your left eye as it is opened and hollowed, and an infant sorrow spider laid gently inside. We will need a web to span the stars, the Spider Senate says, as the deed is done. Establish spider councils in Eleutheria and the domains of the King of Hours and the territories of the Garden King. They will be our first strands. We are embarking upon a great work, a work of centuries. Despite the savage pain and occasional stirring in your eye, you linger in the well for hours, laying your plans with the Spider Senate. When you emerge from the well, your path is set. In the Reach, in Albion, and in Eleutheria. Where in those locations, I wonder? Those locations are fairly non-specific. Well, let's make our way back down to the Reach, perhaps to New Winchester, and regroup and consider what we should do with this. Gotcha. Oh, that was 3 lots of bronze wood. Yes, right. I forgot senior scriveners drop more. I'm going to go to the Forge of Souls to drop off this bombazine. Couldn't quite get clear of that. Went the wrong way for a moment. Just gonna back up over here. It's fine to spend a lot of fuel. I'll trade living food for gemstones. 1 supply for 1 cask of Navarretine gemstones. Very worthwhile. That's probably our most profitable way of interacting with those groups of dead in general. Right into me. Very unkind. Get hull repairs. Now then, off to the forge. We'll stop in at the forge and then back to Skybarnet. This does mean we retained a lawyer for nothing. Unless I wanted to become yoked, but if I'm not going to need to stay in the Blue Kingdom, I'm not going to worry about reacquiring my name and my face. Wouldn't that be quite something if I came into the stream faceless? Be quite the bit of extra work, and I don't think I would have quite the fortitude to keep up with that for an entire stream. You little troublemaker. Here we are. Seven rolls of Thirsty Bombazine. And I'll begin with these souls. Looks like I can acquire some cheap literature, so why not? It's worth asking, perhaps, if I can become yoked. Is there anything more about the Clerk of Sevens? No, I don't think so. Right, it's 3 scraps of ancient knowledge each time, but with a litigator, only 1 scrap of ancient knowledge. Or a testament of the feather. Provide 1 scrap. The lamentation leans close, balancing on its spindly limbs unsteadily. Her blind face looms near to yours, like a moon about to cause a lot of tidal disruption. She searches for an appropriate analogy and at last settles upon a termite mound. She suggests that the library is like such a thing. It has its needs and its workers to see to those needs. There are threats to the harmony of the mound, parasites and predators. There are rules to obey and hierarchies to observe. Are you, the lamentation wonders, a suitable termite? She flies back to perch upon a pile of huge black tablets. She is waiting for an answer. You are not yet yoked. You must answer her. I'm willing to work in the Lyceum to earn your status. The lamentation would like something recovered from the Lyceum. Sapphire caskets contain treaties between the conjunctions. Some contain information that is precious to me. Locate such a casket. Bring it to me. Hidden from me. The lamentation turns away, her chain rattling behind her. Serve well, and I shall offer reward. You can offer 3 hours instead. Back to the Lyceum. Let's see, completing your task, you will require maps and permission. 1 testament of the feather and 2 unlicensed charts. It's a good thing I have maps. Let's do that. You provide maps to the unworthy scribe. Together you pore over them. After long hours and a dozen candles burned, you think you have a course. The scribe promises the testament will keep you safe. The way is arduous. You clamber through chimneys and unlit furnaces, hide from broken spirits, clutching shattered jars, evade yoked dead wielding ladders like siege weaponry. At last, you find yourself in the right place, the Discord of Kings, where once the regents of the heavens met. Sigils remain scorched along the walls. The golden mosaics on the wall are melted like candle wax. Only a few sorry pieces have survived conflagration. Among them, a casket of dull sapphire. You hasten to claim it and hurry back to safer climes. Well, we'll need another audience, which will require another scrap of ancient knowledge. Thankfully, we kept more. The lamentation flies towards you and snatches up the casket. She carries it as if it were light as a feather. Gratitude. Contain concordance between binary and sapphire. One will contain instruction I require. She bids you open the book chained to her. You must sign with her quill. Your blood will be the ink. There are words written before your name, in a language you have never before seen. There, you are bound to service in the Blue Kingdom. Well, let's hope this isn't too bad. But I did need to get this done for various reasons. We won't be going back into the forge itself for a while. So, I can now go back to the Shadow of the Sun and progress these plot lines. The sun's treating me well, I think. Except for those spiders that took one of my eyes. Well, I'm bargaining with them, so. A testament of salt to the sun's daughter at death's door. Do I still have a testament of salt? I do. Let's try this. This is for the sake of our dear friend, the Clay Conductor, after all. So let's try and get this done. Plus, I mean, my name and my face are up there. The Anvil of Breath. Oh, I didn't actually mean to turn this way. Can I actually get through here? I think so. It seems as though the turning of the Horologion... Oh, maybe I can't get back out of here. I hear a Lagoi. Is it going to be an angry one? Well, it's angry at somebody. There's a Spirifer. I'm just going to work my way around this conflict. Excuse me, both of you. I just don't have any business with that. Okay, as I was doing, let's make our way back to the Shadow of the Sun. I can take a bit of a northern trajectory here around this other stuff. Oh. I have enough supplies to trade with them. I'll enjoy a bit of hospitality. I know I can deal with dining of the dead being at 2 or 3 just fine. If I were eating petrichor, I'd be accruing that faster. Think I can improve a skill? No, I'm too good. Now, I wonder if I should stop at the Horologion. Perhaps after I've been to see the Daughter of the Sun. No? Take a couple hits there. was trying to find out if I could use one shot from the Wrath of Heaven and then a series of shots from the Vala. Doesn't seem to work well. Carve them up. See, these things often come in pairs. Oh, wait. If I received a red indicator, I think this Lagoi is angry with me. It is likely angry with me. There we go. The Lagoi have a weird kind of strafe tracking, but they don't actually move very quickly, and neither do their shots. It's a classy little maneuver. I'm quite proud of myself for it. I'm likelier to take damage from fighting a Lagoi than evading it. And the best reward I'm going to get out of actually killing one is just 2 fuel. A report on Death's Door. I can return to the Garden of Unflowers and get another Unflower. The Gardener Archivist listens with delight, hanging on to every word. I'm so glad you managed to finish one, she says when you're done, clapping her hands together. Oh, there are so many more left to conclude. By way of reward, she hands you a bundle of yellowing maps. These maps show the secret pathways of starlight, she tells you in a hushed whisper. Where does this one need to go? To Eagles Empyrean and Eleutheria. Well, that's going to be a while. I'll pick one to read. You manage to skim the Unflower's page petals faster than they can deteriorate. It's a fascinating story packed with vibrant characters and surprising twists. But as you approach what could be a conclusion, your protagonist unceremoniously dies. The story collapses. No ending is reached. The parchment crumbles to nothing between your fingers. Outside the palace doors, the carefree attendant bows deeply. He is wearing a robe of red feathers and a pair of startling green boots. His voice echoes from a pot in his arms. The Arbiter of Fates has expressed an interest in meeting you also, says the carefree attendant. I trust I need not tell you the magnitude of the honor, but if you saw her in your current form, you would unravel. Follow me. He leads you to a structure at the edge of the ornamental lake. It's halfway between tree and lighthouse. It's a branching tower with a blazing globe nestled in its upper reaches. You're taken upstairs to a windowless room with off-putting implements hanging from the walls. Your eyes must be replaced by gemstones, says the attendant, measuring your face with calipers. That is the simplest part of the procedure. He lifts a small bell and rings it, carefully watching your response. Your thoughts must become song, or they will turn against you. We will have to replace your skin with the language of light, and your tongue with flame. All perishable flesh must remain here for safekeeping. Let's see. I would probably like for the Cowled Loquacitor to assist. It seems much cheaper than providing my own gemstones, my own inspiration. The attendant lays you on the bare stone floor at the center of a circle of engraved correspondence symbols. He takes from the wall a scalpel as long as a sword. This will hurt for a moment, he says. Then you will lose your comprehension of pain. Symbols flare like stars. The scalpel slides into you, just above the collarbone, and traces your outline with delicacy and precision. There's only a little blood. Your skin comes away in rinds like shucked fruit. The blaze of correspondence devours you. The world falls away. The palace is a vortex of blossoming, unblossoming kaleidoscope architecture. She, at the center, a nucleus of violent light, the daughter of a star. She's a pillar of blazing time and rushing song, a winged and skeletal sun, a seven-limbed, seven-headed colossus of sapphire and silk, whose words dance like fireflies on the burning wind. Welcome, she says. her voice a howl and an orchestra and a shivering crystalline song. I will request a template for the clay conductor's companion. Only the Sun's Daughter has the authority to interfere with the Amaranthine Edict, which forbids the usage of the Forge of Souls for bringing forth new creations. You speak your request in a slim flicker of light, like a candle flame. It wavers, as though blown by a great wind, but you hold firm. The light grows brighter and warmer. Your entreaty becomes insistent. The Sun's Daughter listens in silent contemplation. When she finishes, your flame grows to a sudden roaring incandescence, and then just as suddenly dies. She conveys that the edict is inviolable. However, she implies, obliquely, that something composed of old parts would not be in violation of the edict. Consult the spirits of the forge. The minister in white was cherished once. You will require her skill. So many loopholes in heaven. There is a reason I have agreed to meet with you, traveler, despite our disparity in stature, says the Arbiter. I have a request. I can perform miracles, traveler, says the Sun's Daughter, her eyes blossoming like flowers. There are two things you can do that I cannot. The first is die. The second is exit the Blue Kingdom. Fortunately for you, I require the latter. The sky shatters, her mouth sings something similar to laughter. I have decided to establish a Blue Kingdom embassy in the Reach. Our isolation must end. I have chosen you for this task. That's pretty cool. I'm on board. The Sun's Daughter accepts your agreement with the unhesitating ingratitude of someone very accustomed to the world reshaping itself in her favor. You will not be alone in this task, she says. Waiting at the station you will find my other chosen representative, a yoked spirit who, in life, was famous for his charisma and genius. He has received special dispensations that allow him to venture outside of the Blue Kingdom without being unmade. You can meet her chosen diplomat, the Mesmeric Orator, in Death's Doorstop. I'll plea for an indulgence. When you try to speak to the Sun's Daughter, you find that you are not using words. Concepts are communicated, yes. Shapes manifest in the air. A tapestry of 100 meanings is whittled down until only one remains. Your arguments are sound, says the Sun's Daughter. You suspect she is not using words either. A measure of translation is taking place. I will offer you a word of support in certain matters. Most officials can't give these away without careful consideration of the cost. She, of course, is the exception. A story for a testament of the feather? That is incredible. As you tell your story, you speak not in words, but in storms. Ink-black clouds coagulate above. A rain of words soaks you both in memories, leaving you shivering with nostalgia. When you reach the crescendo, lightning crawls across the horizon. The Sun's Daughter listens in silent rapture. When your story is over, the clouds boil to nothing, but pools of meaning linger. Sunshine burns them away. You have earned your dispensation, she states. The palace falls away. Your new shape twists, folds, retreats. The flaming symbols that have replaced your flesh extinguish one by one. The stones in your eye sockets shatter into teardrops and crumble down your cheeks. It is excruciating in a dozen different ways. The ache of a still healing wound, the agony of scourged flesh, the pain of a bitter and dreaded departure. When it is finally over, you find yourself once more confined to the twitching, decaying flesh wreck that is your body. You haven't outwardly changed, but every moment now feels lumpen and ponderous. The carefree attendant helps you to your feet with a smile. Well, that's what we had to do here. I'm going to put in a Death's Doorstop to go after this individual for the sake of that job we took up. Now, we were able to have that conversation because we were yoked. I may need to become unyoked in order to leave. I'm not certain. but we've got a very good lawyer. Important reasons to be unyoked. Meet the mesmeric orator. Some of the yoked spirits speak through the voices of the departed, which they carry in jars or other containers. You've never seen an urn quite so large, though. Greetings, my lord, a voice echoes from the urn, a voice that is honey poured over thunder. You could huddle around it for warmth. I understand we are to be partners in the Blue Kingdom's first diplomatic enterprise. Well, what are we waiting for? Asks the mesmeric orator, chuckling the warmest, kindest chuckle that has ever issued from a pot. He marches aboard your engine. We are to establish the embassy at a place called Hybris. Oh, so there will be a point to Hybris again. Wander the streets for a moment. A crowd of masked spirits passes you, an elephant, a giraffe, 2 cats, a little boy, and many others. A red string is tied around a limb of each, but a loose trail ends from the last creature, a cheetah. A yoked spirit follows behind. It is holding the other broken end of the string and carrying a goad. Neither is doing it very much good. I will trick a monkey's ghost to get back in line. It takes a well-placed macaque call and a fraudulent scent of ripe pear, but the monkey rejoins the spirit procession and even voluntarily puts its paw through the red cuff. The yoked rewards you with a selection of souls. Quite handy. All right. Now, hold on a minute. I didn't get the option to get my name or my face back. What happened to that? Under profile? Meditations, soul penances, yada yada. Peculiarities. Without a face. Your face has been confiscated. Yeah. Without a face, without a name. I had thought it said that I could petition the son's daughter to get those things back. Okay, let me try something. I think I might need to go down to the fallows. Maybe the indulgence that I picked up will get that back for me. One of them. Okay, so reclaim your face. I see. A testament of the feather for the face and an indulgence for the name. There we go. A name cannot be returned, but it can be exchanged or taken. By order of the highest representatives of the Sapphired King himself, you've been granted the name of the Jaded Quartermaster. The nameless thing protests. I have many names to trade, the nameless one before you whines. All the names of the dead, famous names, forbidden names, secret and hideous and profound. No, says the Jaded Quartermaster. Only one name will do. An exchange, then, mutters the nameless thing. It scribbles a contract on a tablet of wax, and you sign. Your name is returned, and it is the Jaded Quartermaster once more. And I will reclaim my face using a testament of the feather. After peering through your signed and stamped tablets, the quartermaster sighs. Wait here, he says, picking up his voice jar and heading for the door. I'll need to retrieve your face from the Hall of Stoics. He returns hours later, clutching something ragged and slight. He presses it onto your blank visage, and it settles like a spider web. The world regains its color. Sounds are sharper, smells keener. You reach up with both hands and gently, reverently push against your familiar old eyes, nose, lips. No more going into the catafalque unless you don't plan on coming back up, says the quartermaster. It's not healthy. Bye. Quick bargain on souls. And I'll buy myself more fuel. Now, with these souls, I could stop by the forge and complete that other opportunity on my way out. I think this route is easier for the forge. One other thing I wanted to do was stop by in Horologian and see if there's a new event there. Perhaps something that could make me unyoked? I don't know. I don't think I want to remain yoked. It's the servant caste. It's necessary to be yoked to get access to certain things, though. The Monument of Horologian. Your engine lands at the appointed place in the shadow of the Nomon. At this hour, the ephemera are invited to a banquet. You're not permitted to participate, but you may watch. Shades lead you below the face of Horologian and into a cavern under the dial. A great table carved from the jaw of an eater of the dead stands at its center. Thousands of spirits in masks sit on long benches to either side. Shades bearing tapers carry platters of petrichor the color of sweet milk. The only sound in all the chamber is the scraping of wooden spoon on bowl. Eventually the spirits stand and as one file out. The petrichor remains on the table. So, the observance of the ephemera is to dine upon the food of the dead, petrichor. Meaning that if we came back and were ephemera at that appointed hour, we would have to proceed with that ritual and acquire more dining with the dead. There may be some other different effect, though. That's a spirifer vessel. That sound is peaceful towards me, I believe. I think they make two different sounds. There's like a lower and a higher tone. Living food for gemstones. Make that exchange again and again. Oh my, a curator. I don't recall if I've seen a curator down here. Well, they can do what they want. Now, if I need to change my status away from yoked, I think there are two options. I either have to do it at the Forge of Souls or the House of Days. Let's go to the Forge of Souls first, because I'm yoked to the Forge, specifically. And also, I can learn what's necessary in order to proceed for the sake of the Curator. Oh, this looks different. An old locked vault. Oh, excuse me, I did nothing. Guarded by a spirifer. That's the first vault I've found, as opposed to these, undead banquet halls. It's not really proper to call anything here undead. They're simply spirits. This is the kingdom of the dead. It's kind of... Everything here is dead, more or less. It's not really worth being... You can't really say that somebody's undead when skeletons exist just as normally as people. Well, it's not that skeletons normally exist, it's that the people, for the sake of decorum, have peeled off their faces. Oh, before I do anything else, the bazaar, turn in these souls. Immaculate souls, excellent. I can go into the Lyceum. Back to the Forge of Souls, and consult with the spirits of the Forge on creating the Clay Conductor's companion. They could create a new creature from old pieces. The spirits gather in the greatest and most central chambers of the Forge to hear of your audience with the Sun's daughter. The White Minister, with her wings of canvas and white sapphires, is at the heart of the throng. As you finish, there is a susurrus among the gathered host. Excitement, anticipation, fear. At last, the White Minister steps forward in her robe of starlight on snow. It can be done, she tells you. The Clay Conductor grinds his teeth. Finally. You can now begin creating the Conductor's companion at the Forge. What is needed? A condemned experiment, a caged catch and a moment of inspiration. I have one condemned experiment. I just need to go grab a caged catch. A body and a mind just need a heart. And I can do this 3 more times without having to go back to Eleutheria. Okay. So you cannot beseech to become unyoked or anything like that. Let's go for another Testament of Salt. Offering up a surety of 3 Stokers. Trial of Appetite, I've done this one before. Okay. And that's all we can do here for now. So we can't get more supplies here, just fuel. Alright, with that, we're making our way back to Skybarnet. I'm going to stop in at the House of Days, because I still think I might need to change my status back to Ephemera in order to leave. I don't know if I can leave while I'm yoked. Now, nothing has told me of that either way, except for vague hints in the story. Let's see, it'll be down through here. Yeah, the blue Lagoi have not been aggressive towards me. I'm certain there are various actions you can take, or possibly things you can have in your hold, that will anger them. That being said, if the Lagoi are not going to attack me, I don't know what in this game is supposed to be threatening anymore. Of course, there's some similar factors in Sunless Seas. Once you can defeat the Mother of Mountains or the Spider Senate, from that point on, you won't find any trouble over the above the waves. You'll have to start submarining to find something more challenging. We do need repairs. That by way of requisition. I'll deliver port reports. I didn't mean to visit the ambassador. Perhaps not. Back here. Embassy port reports. There are things there that I don't need. Hours or gemstones to the White Well if I was going to stick around, which I'm really not planning on doing. There's a good number of materials available. And I will withdraw some supplies from the bank. There we go. Let's stop in at the House of Days. And then I think we can leave back to the Reach. They want me to go to Hybris, so I suppose I can go from the Reach to Eleutheria, and then work on what I need to do for the Spider Council in each place. Oh, right, a caged catch. I should complete this, caged catch delivery before I leave. Okay, I need a testament of the feather to go before the Pansecritus again. Curdled soul. Port of Oaks. Ah. Okay. 2 casks of Navarretine gemstones. And a testament of salt in order to stop being yoked. Okay, so let's turn back around to Sky Barnet. I'll grab 2 Navarretine gemstones, pass those over in the House of Days to unyoke, and go back to Ephemera. And then I can bring 1 caged catch with me over to the Forge of Souls to complete the work on the Companion. Then we're turning around to leave the Blue Kingdom. And also, take a moment to eat this Danish. Oh. And if going back to the Forge of Souls, I won't be doing either of these. Now, if I wish to go back to being yoked, I wonder if I just need to ask the library again, or if I need to do something more from then on. This is a costly status change. First, there is the wait to reach the attendant's window. Then, when at last you do, it is in no hurry to collect your information. From courtesy, it asks you first about your birth and family, then about your travels, then next about your state of health. Several hours pass before it even opens an inquiry about your status. So you talk and talk until your breath is exhausted, but it is enough in the end. You're marked ephemera rather than yoked, and now you may move about as the ephemera do. Good. Okay, back to the Forge of Souls. Okay, we do want to go south. Back around that little loop. See. I may be full speed through some of this. Maybe. Let's at least try to get away with it. Just have to hope the Lagoy is out of the way. There we go. Perfect. Ha. The White Minister lifts the cage delicately, holding the beast within to see into her eye. With one hand, she unlocks the cage. With the other, she breaks the beast's neck in a single clean snap. She carries its corpse away in stately procession. The clay conductor watches impassively. Soon my companion will have their voice. Smoke rises from the chambers of the forge. The air resounds with hammer upon gemstone. Spirits of air and darkness fly hither and thither, while ministers in red and blue and indigo labor over molds and blueprints written in starshine. Supervising them all is the White Minister, who sits upon her lofty throne, which circulates the forge at a stately pace. The White Minister tells you that the vessel is ready. It is time for the last component of the companion. His choice is irreversible. The White Minister leads you deeper into the forge. The clay conductor barrels ahead of you, almost running into the minister until a sense of self-preservation stops him short. You emerge into a vault blackened by soot and coal dust. Slivers of gemstones sparkle in the ceiling like stars in the firmament. Your footsteps echo and echo again. In the middle of the vault is a slab of crystal. Upon the slab is a body, the companion. The body on the slab is identical to the clay conductor, except in 3 details. Firstly, it is made of copper, for its resonance, the White Minister tells you. Secondly, it looks less abraded than the clay conductor, with long copper eyelashes and smooth metal skin. Thirdly, it is smiling. The clay conductor gazes down upon the form as though entranced. The White Minister clasps her wings together. As its progenitors, the voice must be one of yours. I can allow him to give up his voice, or I can offer up my voice. The clay conductor looks up once from the body of his new companion. Thank you. His voice, his expression is wistful, almost lost. The White Minister fetches her silver spindle and advances upon you. She is about to hook the thread about your tongue when the clay conductor cries out, "No! Damn you, Captain, stop!" The White Minister lowers her spindle and steps back. This was a mistake. His gaze falls for a final time upon his companion. Cover that up, please. The body on the That's repeated. A decision has been made. The companion is upon the slab. The White Minister waits to see what you will do next. The clay conductor turns to face you, but his eyes are unseeing. His voice cracks. We can talk on your engine. I'll be along shortly. He looks back at the body on the slab, now shrouded in blue cloth. Go, before I say something I'll regret, besides what I've already said today. The White Minister bows briefly as you pass by. I have the option, of course, to seduce the clay conductor. He is, as ever, in his bunk. His suitcase is folded neatly by the bed, and his things have been taken out and placed around the cabin. He sighs as you enter. I'm sorry for wasting your time, Captain. Couldn't. He stares at his hands, as though he might find his answer there. I did not think it was right for you to sacrifice it. He shakes his head. If you don't mind, I have my duties. He leaves the room to begin his rounds of the crew. The clay conductor continues on your engine for now. And as of yet, he has not changed. He remains the clay conductor. Those Veil's improvements are getting costly. Alright, let's make our way out of the Blue Kingdom. I find it interesting how often the Sunless series treads on the notion of discarded ambitions. It's not always wrong to, go all that way to discard and spend and endeavor, and then turn away at the end. When something is nearly yours, when the craft is nearly complete, you may still abandon it, and there's a particular meaning in doing so that is well respected. Oh, distract the Whisper Winds. I don't think I've seen other series or other circumstances that moment is not often so well treated. We often fail to exalt that terrible pause. I think more often our narratives are along the lines of, you've come all this way, look at what you've already done, you have to go through with whatever it is at the end. And in the Sunless series, you often don't. You won't. The next choice you make is just as important, at least as important, as every choice you've made to get to where you are. I can turn over a couple more port reports just because. I think it's just the one. And we'll be on our way out. Oh, I enjoyed Disco Elysium very much. Yeah, I played through that shortly after the extended edition was released. It wasn't the extended edition. Was it definitive? I don't recall. It was the one where everything had full voice acting. It was an absolute joy to play. Ah, yes. I have to make up for Dining with the Dead. I'm going to leave behind my heart. The spirit has 7 parts. The heart is 1. If you give it up, you will be lessened until you reclaim it. I'm leaving the heart behind for a specific, peculiar reason. It was indicated in Albion, you must have cold hands around your heart in order to see what you need to see. The inhabitor crooks a finger. Your heart flutters like a thrilled bird, then gives a panicked palpitation. You feel a pain, followed by the needle pricks of numerous legs climbing the inside of your ribs, and a lurching sensation as something shoves its way past your lungs. A beetle, blood red, crawls from your throat into your mouth. You spit it to the floor. It is the size of your fist. The inhabitor picks it up. I will keep it safe, it says, producing a wooden board and silver needle. With practiced grace, the inhabitor pins the beetle to the board, alongside a half-dozen others. You feel a pierce of cold silver deep in your breast. You may reclaim it on your return. Back to the Reach. Yeah, Final Cut, that was it. I wouldn't be aware of his original voice. I think I can reclaim it whenever I want. It's a stay of debt. So if I reclaim it, I just have to pay off the debt in order to leave the Blue Kingdom with my heart. I'll return briefly. I'm going to get a bit of coffee. There is a request in Albion regarding one Dismal Chamberlain. A quest that requires that I accomplish two changes about myself. And I believe it was bright eyes and cold hands around my heart. I think was it specifically iterated here? No, this just indicates that he's in the vaults below the Serene Mausoleum. If you go into the vaults below the Serene Mausoleum, it tells you these things. Oh, I also need to take the half-blast to Carillon. I forgot about that. I should see that done while I'm here. Let's stop off at New Winchester. It shouldn't be as much of a quest as I just went through to reclaim my name and face. That was some real rigmarole. I had to change my legal status to servant so that I could inhabit a body made out of light and talk to a goddess. Demigoddess? No, I think the sun's daughter is fully a goddess. If anything is worth calling a goddess, she would satisfy that need. Good. Now, if I'll be going to Hybris, I'd best take up this request. Okay, so this is not the place where I need to set up the spiders. Buy a few things. Now let's see. I need to establish a spider council. I get two options. Fort Prosper or Lustrum in the Reach. And then at Perdurance or Brabazon in Albion. And then at the Empyrean or Langley Hall in Eleutheria. Alright. I'm going to make my way to Lustrum. It doesn't say what I'll need to do this. But I'll be going to Lustrum for it because it's the same loose direction as Carillon. And I would like to stop by there and drop off the half-glass empty. So then, afterwards, I'll be going to Hybris. And then since I'm going to Hybris, I'll go from there to Eleutheria, where I intend to establish the Spider Council at Langley Hall, because I don't want to piss off the Empyreans. If they can be pissed off at this, who knows? I mean, I probably wouldn't want anybody setting up a Spider Council in my country. So I'll just drop it on the people at Langley Hall. Little askew there. Shouldn't be much more. Go ahead and pop for me. There we go. Partial success means a little terror. Let's see. I should actually go to Lustrum first, then loop back around to Carillon. That way I can also stop by Titania and get in port reports, things like that. I probably could have gone all the way out to Port Avon first, but all I would get for that is money. I've got money enough. There we go. Carve you up. Bit of a cut through the desolation of Saliba. Alright. Huh. Grab a memento. Enjoy a little bit of the second Danish. Yeah, Titania is restored. So I don't have too much reason to go by there. From what I can tell, after you've gotten it restored, the only reason to go to Titania are for your one-time boon, port reports, and smuggling. And my veils are awful, so we're not doing any smuggling. All right. You spend a week at Lustrum, while grisly stories of stolen eyes increase in tempo and hysteria among the miners. When your spider returns, it leads you to an abandoned cabin, the interior fogged with webs. You spend a day knotting the legs of juvenile sorrow spiders together, and Lustrum has its first spider council. Well, sorry about that, guys. But it just has to happen. We're certainly going to be in the business of endangering large numbers of people. Huh. Although our alternative was to lie down and die, having all of our secrets scored into our flesh. We don't need our litigator anymore. There is a hammering upon your doorway in the dead of night. The knocker is insistent. They will not go away. They will not let you sleep. It is the clay conductor. I wanted to tell you that I'm not leaving. I assumed that you thought I would be, given my reasons for traveling have failed. He draws a deep breath and his eyes finally meet yours. I mean, Captain, I'd like to stay as your first officer, if you'll have me. For the first time, you see the conductor's face open in a broad smile. Of course, Captain. I shall resume my duties immediately. He goes to turn away, but stops at the last. And if you ever wish to sing with me, you have a very fine voice. Over the next weeks, morale improves. As first officer, the clay conductor's mood is infectious. It spreads throughout the crew. They're happier and more productive. Occasionally, when you pass the clay conductor, you find yourself humming a snatch of a song of the clay choirs. Excuse me. Sometimes when working alongside each other, you find yourselves humming in harmony. The clay conductor has chosen to remain at your side for good. The clay conductor is no longer aboard your engine. The clay conductor is determined to stay by your side. What does that mean? He's the caring conductor. A devoted comrade and first officer who wishes only to help and on occasion share a song. The conductor is a taciturn but diligent first officer. His berth is immaculately kept, lined with sheets of music and postcards from your travels together. He conducts the occasional singing lesson within, but more often he can be found amongst the crew, looking after their needs, seeing to their complaints and attempting to bother them into joining his engine choir. It's hard to get a hold of him most days. He's forever busy with either his singing or his pastoral duties. He's surprised but content to pass an hour with his captain, discussing old performances before he met you, and then reminiscing over your journeys together through the heavens. He is, he tells you, glad things have settled down for a while. Now I must dash, Captain, he says, finishing his tea. I have choir practice with the lads. Ah, that's really good. I'm very happy to have completed that entire sequence. Now, I don't have a drill on board. Despite going kind of all around, that is the that's the most extensive plot line of them all. Even Alton at the Doors of the Dead was a good bit easier to accomplish. Mourn the Dead. Simple terror maintenance. Are you seriously gonna keep coming after me? There we go. You're gone. Oh, wrong way. Oh, the signaler? Yes, let me just take care of this real quick. The signaler for the vessel is Signs and Signals of the High Wilderness, an omnibus. It is the fatalistic signalman's magnum opus, the evolution, so to speak, of the fatalistic signalman, who lived up to his unfortunately fatalistic name. It includes sections on interpreting the spasms of scornflukes, the cries of curators, and on the criminal argots of smugglers and marauders. What I've found, every captain thus far has inherited this book. And the notion of this is it's not an officer proper, but it's a book that's so detailed that any given person counts signaler as like a full-blown signaling officer. His quest line was also a bit extravagant, so to speak. You basically just have to get around to all of the ports in the Reach, Albion, and I think also Eleutheria. I can't remember if he required Eleutherian ports. I'm gonna blow you up. Because Ministry secrets are super valuable. I can get Gossip. I don't care about that too much. Oh, my Gossip's actually under 20. I'll just grab Gossip. Scavenge here. Mourn the Dead. Turn back around. Blow up this random cantankery. And keep on sailing. Here we go to Karalok. Still one soul flaw short of the full repertoire. And I have no idea where I can start flickering. Overgrown Shrine, Contemplation. Port Report. And I'll deliver the half glass empty. We've done this also on a previous captain. A sun-touched soul. Yes, we can take good care of it. 2 selections of Immaculate Souls for that. Very good. And we're on our way. We have plenty of selections of Immaculate Souls. It's actually kind of ridiculous. I'm going to take a quick stop off in Titania for not much of a reason. Then I'll go to Leadbeater and Stain Rods, and then from there to Hybris. Then from Hybris, we'll go to Eleutheria. And let's see, in Eleutheria, I suppose we'll just be making more or less a beeline for Langley Hall. Maybe stop at Pan first. Actually, is there really a reason to stop in Titania? Let's just... I can't full speed through here. There's too many bees. Yeah, nectar me. Oh, just sovereigns. It is a very experienced captain, so most of the checks to acquire this stuff is just fly through it. But also, my bank is full of piles and piles of all of these materials. So we're really just looking to progress the plot. Or plots. Whew. I suppose there's a bit of time for idle chatter between all of these tasks. I accomplished a lot of what I was planning and leading up to over this past week. At a very busy time, as I'd indicated previously on a few different outings. So this week and for the next week after, I've got a lot more time that I can possibly dedicate to streaming. So we'll be working at discovering the truth, naturally. And I'm considering what I might be looking into next. Might be playing some Dark Souls 2, trying SL1 Covenant of Champions. Haven't accomplished that yet. Albert Still. Oh, I had to investigate the clocks here. Just quickly fix that. Thank you. Promoted to Novitiate 2nd Class. Quick trip to the reserve. Sky Stories, Capabilities in Quest. How about your completed research? Needs a crate of munitions. Yada yada. Okay. That's like the tail end of his whole thing. Just a bit more regular flying around stuff. Okay. Yeah, Apollonian Cinders, Port. And we'll be going through up this way to Hybris. This one is lengthy. So, I'd been considering Dark Souls 2, which would be, playing that again. We could do a faster run of Dark Souls 1. Last run of that was 8 hours. So I might be able to do a single sitting run if I get Duke's Skip figured out. Let's see. Well, Duke's Archives itself is probably only about 40 minutes. So if I cut off 40 minutes... Oh yes, Hybris is a huge pain. I had been meaning to, and I think I need to set up another camera for this or move my current camera. There's the last Clockwinder I wanted to spend some time investigating. That looked tremendously fun. I forget where the interaction bubble is. Is it all? It's all the way on the other side. Forget it. That's only like a Sky Story, maybe a Vision of the Heavens if I'm lucky. Let's see. What else is there? I still haven't played Cyberpunk, but I don't think I'm even going to stream that. I think I'm just going to spend my own time on it at some point. Let's see. I had recently picked up Blasphemous because it was 75% off, and I've heard it's very good. I might spend some time on that. Bayonetta 3 is being released soon, and I never finished Bayonetta 2, so I was thinking of booting up Bayonetta 2 at some point. And then, of course, soon enough, there will be Bayonetta 3, as well as Shovel Knight Dig, I think will be cute. I really, really love Shovel Knight. I think it's a travesty that we didn't get Shovel Knight in Super Smash Bros. He deserved a place there. It's funny, I know that when I actually get around to cutting down this footage, I'll be cutting out everything between ports. So really, I can say whatever I like between ports. Oh. That a little wrong. I don't know why I'm holding my coffee on my left. Move this over. I want to be easier to fly. And there we go. We should just full steam through this. Let's see. I think that's more or less all I had on my plate. Both the new and retrying some old things. There we go. Interesting that this is where they want to establish an embassy. The village sprawls, silent and abandoned and overrun with rapacious fungi. The interior of every house is choked by spores and rot. Here we are, then. The mesmeric orator masterfully avoids showing even a trace of disappointment. Very good, very good. From the humblest of seeds, a mighty oak may grow after all. The orator takes upon himself to deliver a speech. Your crew, suitably inspired, band together and tackle the village head-on, clearing away clutter, sweeping up spores, even hacking away most of the fungi. By the end of the day, Hybris is habitable once again. This seems the most suitable accommodation for the embassy, declares the orator, standing outside the modest town hall. For now, we shall set up our operations here, and one can only hope that in the future we grow. An assignment? There are many names for the philosophy that holds sway in the Blue Kingdom. The philosophy of culmination, the cessation accords, the Amaranthine conjunction. Every other time, it's been Amaranthine. I think that is a misspelling. I haven't tried Sifu, but from looking at the gameplay, I wasn't actually too interested in it. I don't know, maybe it might be fun. Might be fun. Names differ, but the tenets remain the same. The core of the philosophy is that all things must end, and must be brought to an end with minimal fuss. The orator pauses knowingly. There are ways to spread this mode of thought without making reference to the Blue Kingdom even once. I want you to travel to Titania and commission a statue that celebrates endings. Any kind of ending will do. Sure, why not? Being said, going back and forth from here is a pain in the neck, so we'll do that later. We're going to Eleutheria. Of course, now is when we get to benefit by having an Eleutheria Albion relay established. Oh, you, get out of my way. Canning. Edible fungus. Yeah. I actually found there's a little community for playing Civilization 6, online competitively. And they had some mods on their kind of list of competitive community mods that rebalance certain... rebalance some of the empires, as well as a start location rebalancer, which I think is very, very welcome. The start location rebalancer actually compares the net yields at the starting area for every single civilization and kind of adds and subtracts hills to make those add up. Which is very handy. Let's see. And then the Empire Rebalancer is a lot of very small tweaks, but I was thinking after getting those, I might boot that up for a while, play a bit more Civ. I think that's, I think I might have seen that name around. It seems as though the mods have passed hands a couple of times between, you know, whoever was willing to do the work at a time. Each of them, there's kind of an extensive list of credits. Yeah, and I already enjoy Civ 6 in the first place. Let's see, I don't think I'm trying to recall, I don't remember if I've actually, oh, hold on for a moment, need to fight some Grievers. Just need to make sure this shot is lined up right. Come on, come on. There we go. He was just not deciding to go straight at me. We're very good at this. Get some gemstones. I can't recall if I've ever won Science Victory on Deity, so I might want to try that. I think it's basically either that, or I should be trying to do a Deity Victory with every Civ at this point, considering that I've already logged a few Deity Victories. If I'm not aiming for something, feels like maybe there's not a point, although the game does change every time you play. And it's pretty interesting, I think, to keep adapting and adjusting to various circumstances. But playing against the AI, I think, gets repetitive sometimes, and the type of challenge you get out of interacting with the AI isn't always satisfying, so maybe playing multiplayer Civ will rekindle my interest in the game a bit. That's certainly a thought. Did I have more seals to show Mr. Barleycorn? I forget. I think I already showed him the most important one. Oh, I guess I also have business at Caduceus. Initiate of the Supralapsarians. That would be in Albion. I forgot to do something about the down locomotive while I was on Hybris. Doesn't matter, it's not a very important thing. Okay, so work orders, not important. Charity is Return of the Clockwork Sun. I'm not going into that marsh, that's crazy. Okay, so I should stop at the wreck of the Behringer, which means I'll need to have several Eleutherian mysteries. Yeah, I think that's something I've also wondered about with respect to Stellaris. Now I haven't quite exhausted the challenge you can get from AI in Stellaris, because I'm not able to play against the toughest AI. But the game has a curve to it that feels somewhat samey after you go. I think, for all that Stellaris is very sweeping and broad and cool and interesting, I feel like the individual bonuses that you acquire to things in Civilization are often more interesting. And the differences between the individual civilizations in Civ, I think, have more variance than Stellaris, so I think I tend to be more attracted to it. But Stellaris is another game where I think I may enjoy it more if I was playing in the occasional large multiplayer game. It's also possible that I would get sick of it very quickly, but a thing like that I think is something you endeavor to do like once every 2 months, not on the regular. I don't think I'd be interested in playing Stellaris every single week even. It's a very long-form game. Oh yes, Stellaris has been very transformative throughout each of its expansions and the recent updates and things like that. I mean, it's hard to remember some of the factors of how that game originally worked compared to now. Because by now, they're overhauling fleets and naval combat. Because currently the combat meta gets very stale in the late game. You get to a point where you just build the best artillery ships you can and blow everything up. And part of that is because their combat AI for the way ships are managed is very quirky, and it does not allow you to build a proper carrier. Like, carriers just flat don't work because they'll try to close in much closer than they should ever go. But they're changing the effects on missiles, things like that. Seeds to Atlas. I might actually do this one. Drop a few things off. Buy more fuel from the night market. And let's see. So I think I'm going to go to Caduceus, then Langley Hall, the Behringer, and Eagle's Empyrean. So let me get this literature. And make my way then to Caduceus, which is slightly northwest. I might want to stop at the Well of Wonders, because I haven't done it on this captain. And I'm assuming it would be largely the same kind of affair as before, which is a lengthy kind of plot read followed by a reward. I don't know if you can actually stand to lose anything there. Way around the gentleman. Let's see. Yeah, the most recent change, Federations, does offer some interesting new things, but after playing a couple games on Federations, I came to realize just how powerful Federations are, having not abused them in the past. And once you understand just how much you get out of being in a Federation, it kind of puts the game on a whole nother tilt. Ooh, almost crashed into this. Couldn't tell what was the foreground. You eventually come to you eventually come to realize that in Stellaris, you're either playing a genocide empire or you're going to join a federation of some kind. And I'm not sure if there are entertaining middle grounds or not. It's weird, it's weird. Stellaris, I think, is a strategy game that is similar to playing the Shadowrun tabletop, which is that there's a ton of variety and all sorts of different things you can do, but ultimately, those various things you can do just boil down... Fingering on tab too much. Just boil down to where are you getting your bonuses from? You eventually need to get the same bonuses. So Shadowrun is an insanely complex game with all sorts of things, but ultimately, you're just building... You're getting dice. You're just getting more dice to roll. So how does your character get your dice? And in the same token, Stellaris can be a game of how do you get your multipliers, because ultimately you just need a bunch of alloys to make things work. Let's see. Oh, use some munitions. Sure, carry these around. I will write a port report. I will return to the Ebullient Decadent. 1,500 sovereigns, 500 experience. You can find neither hide nor hair of the Ebullient Decadent, and his scarlet locks are hard to miss. A bewhiskered flautist approaches you. Looking for the poet. He's gone. Came over all funny after he heard his poem was in print. Sort of melancholy. Flautist frowns. He did say something about new pastures, and then the Thorn Maiden chose him to attend her at the next rite. Flautist shrugs. No staying power. Anyway, he wanted you to have the proceeds of the sale. That happens sometimes, yeah. You don't want to lean on an exploit to get too much advantage. It feels cheesy, like you're not really working through a proper understanding of things. I'm going to hang out in the roses for a bit. I will take a citrine. Vision of the heavens. Examine. I need to pass time for a bit to get up to the mystery of indulgence. Participate in the mystery of beholding? There. In your dream, you water the roses. Gotta... I'm just going to keep examining, I think. Sickly sweet decay. Here we go. Alright, so there's the mystery of indulgence and the mystery of beholding. The mystery of beholding, I think, is new. I don't believe I had that option before. As you join the group, a rose binder places their hands on your shoulders. They steer you through the rose-covered portico and into the little shrine. Here a copse of roses, the size of a church windows, bloom. Some are saffron-hued, others crimson, others azure. Don't be afraid, the rose binder at your ear says. Look inside. They have something to show you. I thought I'd done this before. Gained 10 terror. I will return from the rites. Celebrant 2, okay. So up to 4 at most, you get a different interaction. So the Rite of the Rose is 3 moments of inspiration every single time. I learn more about this. I'm still trying to figure out Caduceus. Let's not only participate in the rites, but learn some of their mysteries. Alright. Let's try this again. The Rite of the Rose. So this time our goal is to participate in the mystery of indulgence. Take a gift of the rose. Go with a ruby this time. Vision of the heavens. Okay, so it seems it's been a vision of the heavens each time. Kiss a rose, we can do it 100% success rate, which is Savage Secrets, so we can get those freely. Dreaming in the roses can vary. Okay, that's Sky Stories. A lot of these things are not very valuable. Cavorting yields a terror drop, okay. Cavort one more time. That's a very strong terror drop. Approaching the Thorn Maiden, I think, doesn't do much. Yeah. You are still not ready for Euryphasa. The petals are about to fade when the roses offer you much. Give instead. You are still too much yourself. As you turn away, she reaches out to you. Her hand is cool. Her copper bracelets tap your forearm. The rose is palest before it falls. Okay, the mystery of indulgence. Celebrants throng a crimson-masked rose-binder carrying a thyrsus. First, she draws your attention to a fountain of wine, scarlet as saint's blood. Then she gestures to the celebrants around her, their mouths red and hungry. Finally, she begins stamping in time to the beat of the drum. Sounding from far below the temple, she offers indulgences. Which will you partake in? Wine, in love, in dance, or in sorrow? If you go with sorrow, you reduce your hearts. I'm assuming permanently. It's usually what that means. So I will partake in dance. The beat is all around you, echoing like a church bell, falling down and down a great steeple. You writhe to the beat, worshipping and fearful, your limbs aflame like St. Vitus, and your mind resounding with the drums below. You come to with a pair of rose binders massaging your aching arms. They pat you encouragingly. Okay. We're still at Celebrant 2, so our Celebrant quality has not improved, and I would wager then that the Celebrant quality does not improve unless we go with the specific option of the White Rose. So we may come back to Caduceus at some other time. For now, I'm going to consider myself thoroughly stymied. We can improve skill. Slight bump on hearts. Make up for some of the hearts we permanently lost by leaving our actual heart behind. Now, I'm going to stop in at this well, and I have read through everything in this well on a previous captain. And so, for those who were not here for that, I'm sorry, but I'll be blazing through this. To see this storylet, you'd have to load up a prior VOD, and I would love to tell you which one, but I have not cataloged super carefully everything I've done in the game. Trade this for hunting Grievers and then going back to Caduceus is a decent option. Here we go. Descend into the well. Hulls can be repaired. This begins with a perspective shift. The speaker turns into the being in the well rather than your captain. And it reflects upon your captain. The captain goes into a theater and is forced to enact a play of sorts. There are a series of characters: the lost girl, the restless vagabond, the runaway scion, the thrice dead bride, the careless scholar, and an empty seat. The speaker of my truth, the first of my delightful pets. She fled her life all the way down a rabbit hole. In my garden, that dream came true. So many years have not passed for her since then. So, that feels a reference to Alice in Wonderland. Yeah. You can explore the garden to get more details on each of the individual players, and eventually you have to take your seat to proceed. Yeah. The lost girl is the speaker of truth, the restless vagabond is the king who wars, the runaway scion as the king who speaks, and the trespasser captain as the prophet exile. And you are playing the prophet exile, which is the being in the well, and this explains how the prophet exile in a way, misled one of the true princes of light. To reflect. Prophet Exile considered itself. Yeah. I am a storyteller become story. All stories yearn to reach their end. When mine is finally complete, I will languish in ignominy no more. The prophet had little form but a fading memory of a place far away where dreams were truth and reflections doorways, a slithering under robes, a flicker of red, a priest king with no god, seeking. That will be quite enough of that, my dear speaker. My secrets are my own. Our trespasser captain needs only to know the part they must play in our tale. The captain learned something of a place behind mirrors. I wonder if that will allow me to speak about the place behind mirrors at the Beringer. The Prophet Exile spoke to the Princes of Light. Oh, the Princes of Light were not the kings, and thus not the Princes of Light were not the two sons that ruled Eleutheria. These are the messengers, I believe. The captain had learned about the Princes of Light. Is there any more reflection available? Let us continue. Okay, here we go. The messenger returned, the summons of the twin kings, approached with gifts. The prophet had brought books, secrets known only to those who had traveled behind glass. Accept your tribute, but not your cause. Do not mistake it for ratification or approval. Yep. The king who speaks and the king who wars, they are the twin kings of Eleutheria, united in ruling. The prophet began to speak. Only the king who speaks might convince his brother. The king who wars puts an end to the conversation. The king who speaks listens to and goes along with the Prophet Exile, and when it lets its guard down, it's killed by the princes. The Prince of Light, Prince Apostle. The Prophet was wary. The king's gesture of leaving his palace. Yes. The Prophet bade the king remove his armor. The prophet bade the king remove his vestments. The prophet took the king who speaks fealty, a pledge to the revolution, a pledge to the new order. And then at the prophet's signal, the princes stabbed the king's unprotected soul. The king came willingly to the slaughter. He declared fealty, did he not? His sacrifice proved that we could kill a god. It sent a message to the old order. More than that, it weakened the king who warred. With one more blow, Eleutheria would be ours, the new kingdom I had promised. We only had to press the advantage. The king who wars mounted his chariot. His anger was cold, an ancient fury. The prophet was taken to the place of punishment. The darkness of the well awaited them. A well deep in Eleutheria, the Prophet Exile is bound in chains of sorrow. A guard extracts a molten metal mask from a forge. No eyes, no mouth, never to see the outside world, never to speak treason again. Thrown into the well, reduced to nothing but a story, one never to be told. Performance is over. The story is told, there will be no encore. The dim light of the theater returns. Rows of desiccated corpses in the audience stare back at you. Only your own crew has not succumbed to the ravages of time. Your hands are wet and sticky. The knife in your hand drips blood. The end. You've gained a searing enigma, and the Prophet Exile has escaped the well. Alright, let's get back out of that and head over to Langley Hall. Yeah, I had done that before. There are no tests along the way. There are no permutations in the story, terribly. But you can go there once per captain, and it causes very, very little terror in exchange for a searing enigma, straight up. One of the most profitable interactions in the game. Fly into this well. The Sunless series does often reward you very well for doing things that feel very crazy. Lordship's Clear Out, cheap bombazine, thank you. Got an auction of literature. Turn to Langley Hall. Report real quick. To hang up my hat and coat to establish a spider council. Lingering for a time. Within a day or two, it becomes clear to the residents of Langley Hall that the house has a new resident whose interests veer enthusiastically towards ocular larceny. They form roving gangs of hunters armed with pokers, but the hall is so vast they've no chance of rooting out the infestation. Your spider returns 10 days later, looking sheepish. Did it get lost? It will not answer, but leads you to a hitherto undiscovered garret where young sorrow spiders spin cozy webs between plush armchairs. You set to work knitting them into a fledgling spider council. Langley Hall is in your dreams. Each night you walk its hallways and descend its stairs. Ah, I see. This will cost supplies and fully remove your unwillingness to leave. I did not realize that I could just, remove my unwillingness to leave so easily. You unlock this with an unwillingness to leave 8. Yeah, let's knock those out. We can buy more supplies on the way out, I think. But that explains to me that as long as I have supplies in hand, I can always get out of here. Oh, and there's another clear out. That's funny. I'll go for Navarretine gemstones, thank you. Yeah, the cloakroom will always sell me more supplies if I need them. Okay, on to the Berenger. I think there are likely more interactions now that the Prophet Exile is out of the well, but I don't know where to find them. I think maybe if I talk to Mr. Barleycorn over at the House of Rods and Chains, he's the only character that's old enough to maybe know more. Oop. Almost sailed into that. Harvest souls from a scorn fluke. Immaculate. Excellent. Are we in an entertaining little reach of sky? It's costing me a lot of fuel. I veered into that a bit. Sometimes a volley from the Vala will get me further away from danger than I would be for firing the Wrath of Heaven. Let's see. I'll just get Sheaves of Parchment. Visions of the Heaven. Yeah, both Grievers and Scribe Spinsters can drop Visions of the Heaven. Whew. All right. On the lookout for dowsers, of course. So I'm wondering if I can get to the point at the Berenger where I can ask them about the Tisiphone. Or rather, about the better engine. Board the Berenger. Okay, let's see. Mask of the Supplicant. I need to successfully deliver an interesting lecture. Yeah. Okay, you need to have conducted an experiment on the place behind glass. I don't know where you can actually do that in the game, but I'll deliver a lecture on the extinguishments. Earned the respect of the unassailable founder for your excellent lecture. We'll leave the forum. Approach the founder. Ask about the Berenger and Eleutheria. Guess it's up to 3. I don't remember which one of these things we're missing. I think if we're missing something, it's probably the scintillant. Out to the laboratories. I see. No, okay. This is what I've missed. Most likely. Well, so long as we're still here, I'll switch over to the aspirant, listen to a lecture. Lecture on Mr. Barleycorn. And then, why not, we'll go to the Recalcitrance Mask, the Debate Hall. We will debate about morality. Oh, I didn't have the Recalcitrance Mask. Very good. And now I can learn from her that the Berenger secret, that it's still active. Also a Crimson Promise, 3 Savage Secrets, and a bunch of experience. Very nice. Swap stories with the unassailable founder. Conversation. Let's see. Okay, so how do I get into the other storylet? So, where is it? You've heard of an experimental engine being developed at the wreck of the Berenger. Speak to the diabolical contriver at the wreck of the Berenger. Not far from Wolf's Manse. What the heck is Wolf's Manse? Oh, it's that. Okay. So I need to find the diabolical contriver here at the Berenger. Oh, well, there we go. Didn't show up before. Goat demons were common in old London, but are rarities in the sky. Most of them remain behind in the damp and the gloom, where some say the devils invented them. This one is typically hirsute and enormous. I always mispronounce that one. Its hooves are planted squarely before the door to the contriver's laboratory, its arms folded across its chest. It huffs in warning. Little pilot flames dance from its nostrils. So I can use a cryptic benefactor or a selection of immaculate souls, or I can have academic affiliation, or if I was widely known as an associate of devils, I could just nod and go in. That would be hilarious. I think that can happen if I have promoted the repentant devil on the other promotion path. Either way, I'm just going to bribe it. Here you go. Take some souls. The goat demon's eyes burn with avarice when you produce the souls. It cradles them in its arms and shuffles aside. It has no attention to spare for you. You make your way through the door it guarded. Beyond, a section of the hull has been walled off and converted into the contriver's laboratory. It bustles with activity. The diabolical contriver is lean and brusque. Her hard bun of hair is threaded with gray. She's assisted by several industrious devils, somehow still dapper in lab coats and spectacles. They're hard at work on an experimental engine of unfathomable complexity. Its components are so small, so delicate, the devils don't use spanners and screwdrivers, but tweezers and silver pins. I would like to know more. The contriver doesn't even read the letter before tossing it into a nearby furnace. I don't believe in repeating old mistakes. He was a tolerable husband, but a mediocre scientist. I found more satisfactory collaborators. The devils smile cheerily. I was frank about my priorities when he first courted me. You change the subject. Admiring the half-built engine, you ask a few well-informed questions. The contriver is intrigued. In point of fact, there are certain practical matters in which we could do with some assistance. Would you be willing to help? How can I assist? The theory is sound, but we have several practical requirements. She ticks them off on her fingers. We need a word in the languages of the heavens, a conflagration word to light the law furnace. We need the soul of a griever. One of my associates will accompany you to do the needful. A petite devil with a polite smile steps forward. She carries something long and narrow wrapped in silk. And we need a substantial amount of Navaratine gemstones for technical reasons. Can you furnish us with all these materials? 7 casks of gemstones, the soul of a griever, and a searing enigma. Well, if we come across the soul of a griever, that would be easy enough. Here, have the searing enigma while I'm here. The law furnace is a squat, brutish machine of black iron, currently cold. You lean close and whisper a word in the language of suns. Lazy flames lick at your throat, and something catches light in the fire pan, a flickering blue ember. The devils hurry forward, defeated with statute books and transcripts of court judgments and stern tablets from the Blue Kingdom. Gradually the fire grows. You ask the contriver which laws she needs to break to make her engine. Just one, she says. The law that determines what can be alive. It's a living engine. That's the game plan here. 7 casks of gemstones. All right. The central mechanism is too complex and precise to be fashioned from any physical material. Instead, we must construct it from light. Yes, the place behind glass is referred to in a few different places. It refers to parabola. I don't understand too much about parabola, except that it's inhabited largely by snakes and large cats. It's referenced more in Fallen London. I might as well get this engine before I leave. All I need to do is run into a random griever. And they're all over the place. Let's see. 7 Navaratine gemstones. I have. Let's go get those. I know that, let's see, parabola is sometimes referenced by magicians. Oh, that's the sound of a griever. Is something around the corner? Oh. The inadvisedly big dog. I've already seen all of his little interactions, I think. Is that just the library making that noise? Well, whatever's going on with that noise, it seems like it's the library's fault. Yeah, that's what the spatialized sound is telling me. Huh. I haven't known libraries to breathe like that. Back to Pan. Yeah, I think there's like a marsh or something in Sunless Seas that has parabolan effects. There are weird things that grow there. Sorrow spiders are also somehow able to traverse between mirrors, so it's not something I understand very well. I think part of it is playing on the idea that if light is law, the ability to reflect light is a peculiar sort of defiance. And that informs this connection between mirrors and another world. Of course, also, mirrors is referred to as your character's kind of perception and understanding. And so a place beyond mirrors would necessarily have to be a place beyond understanding. A place beyond what you can infer into and know about. I think I've heard it referred to as a place of chaos or something beloved by revolutionaries. I don't think I've ever enjoyed anything that is beloved by revolutionaries. Whisper winds. Blah. I just keep ducking the storm that speaks every single time. I think there's a place of frozen ice up north in Sunless Seas. I don't recall if this was about the Avid Horizon or something to do with Frostfound. Trade and port reports. More mysteries. I need to grab more gemstones. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. There we go. But there was a reference of sorts. It was something you could, some piece of the correspondence that you could only make out by virtue of its reflection. I think I'm going to loop back around here, because this area always seems to have grievers hanging around. Just need to find one griever, then we'll full steam over to the Berenger, and try and get this engine completed. Back in Sunless Seas, I think the secret, like, super special engine for that game was located in Frostfound. But I never actually went into Frostfound. It was one of the game's kind of pseudo-dungeons. But it was implied to be very dangerous. And I think I was just generally more fearful at the time I was playing that game. Here, grievers, grievers, grievers. Here, grievers, grievers, grievers. When it comes down to Sunless Seas, I never even acquired, for instance, the Clattery Heart. Oh, took that hit. Right on the chin. That salvo. There's a griever. Finally. Sheaves of parchment, please. 8 visions of the heaven. Extract the griever's soul. You order your driver to get as close as possible. It isn't easy. In its dying throes, the griever vomits up old, semi-digested spaces that it devoured long ago. One moment it's mere yards away, the next a mile. The petite devil who the contriver assigned to assist you opens an exterior hatch and unwraps the implement she brought with her. Usually, the instrument used to extract a soul is the size and shape of a tuning fork. This one is the length of a billhook and triply pronged. She thrusts it into the griever's maw, twists, and drags out a soul like the memory lightning leaves on your eyes, jagged, ghostly, and sharp. She wrestles it into a bell jar. Decipher its sigils for a moment of inspiration. Strip its hide to repair my hull. Examine innards for a vision of the heavens. Very good. Okay, so, back up to the Berenger. We'll be taking this trip full steam. Shoo! A lot of ground to cover. I believe this engine is called the Devourer of Distance. I guess that is a foreground island. Good thing I didn't run into it. See, we're only mostly clear. Maybe a little bit more east. Don't want to run into the hollowing. So we set up the Spider Council here. Oh right, our business isn't in Eagle's Empyrean. We're using the relay to the south. I forgot. Please don't collide with me. Ah! So taking a shot in the back will disengage that. I've never had that happen before. So I haven't had to worry about it. I'm not usually trying to full steam past enemies after all. Okay, so let's see. I need to go all the way down here. So I don't know if I'll go by the Empyrean or not. I suppose I might as well. They sell fuel and supplies. I might as well. Ah. Can't gather amber. Skirt by this extinguishment a little bit. I've still never tried flying into one of those. My goodness. They won't stop. They're just all over. Can't tell if that's an outrider or a dowser. Probably a dowser. Back on the Berenger. There you go, the soul of a griever. The contriver gives a thin, pleased smile when you hand over the bell jar. The grievers once devoured places that were never meant to be. Our engine will duplicate their appetites. Rather than simply propelling your locomotive, it will consume a portion of the miles before you, removing the need to traverse them. The effect will be more distance covered in less time. She seems pleased by this egregious disrespect of fundamental cosmic laws. One of the devils is a lapidarist and begins cutting the gems into exact shapes. He carefully positions a candle in their midst, its light reflecting in brilliant beams from one jewel to another. You watch as gem by gem the heart of the engine is constructed from arcs of varicolored light. Once complete, it is a beating luminosity. It courses with color and dazzles the eyes. A devil encases the heart in a lead box and installs it in the center of the new engine. Complete the experimental engine. With the vital components in place, the engine comes together like the final pieces of a puzzle. Its radiant heart quickens in anticipation as the casing closes around it. Its workings, more delicate than a Swiss pocket watch, click like the scuttling of 1,000 brass beetles. The contriver has already lost interest. Take it, it was only ever a prototype. The act of creating it was the point, and has taught me what I needed to know. I am eager for the real work to begin. The devils grin and flex their fingers. You lay your hand on the engine and it quivers, emitting a noise like laughter. It likes you. Devour of Distance grants a reasonable increase to base speed, but a significant enhancement to full steam mode. Beware, once activated, it takes a long time to disengage. Should you ever lose the Devourer, it will return to the Beringer, and you, or another captain in this lineage, can retrieve it from here. You've assisted in the creation of the Devourer of Distance. Good luck. Okay. The wreck of the Beringer is not itself a port, so I can't swap out here. We need to go back to Pan. Back to Pan or back to the Empyrean. Let's go to the Empyrean. I have enough to... Oh, I can improve a skill. More irons. Let's see. What's our trajectory like? We need to skirt between a couple things here in the Fulmination. But after that, it's mostly clear. So let's try and get that done. Well, there was a Griever hanging out in those, at that amber. Go. Clear of all that. Dowser engine. Let's make our adjustments. I can't access the bank from here, I don't think. No, you can't. So the Tisiphone is 125% base movement speed, and then 150% at full steam. The Devourer of Distance is 120% base movement speed, but 170% full steam speed. So you lose 5% standard movement, but you gain 20% on your full steam speed. Your fuel consumption is also 10% lower at all times than the Tisiphone, and it requires the same amount of crew. Both the Devourer of Distance and the Tisiphone are Tier 4 engines. Okay, so it's less of an upgrade than I had expected. That's a bit of a bummer. Sure, pick up some munitions. That's about right. Yeah, seems fine. Well, at the... let's get some repairs in. Repairs, thank you. Ceremonies, the Outrider launch. Terror drop, get our visa checked, and we'll go in and do something in town. Khan's Market, why not? Okay. Explore the market, we got some crockery. I can finish an unfinished story for the Gardener Archivist. You read the petals of the Unflower. It blackens and wilts in your hands. It becomes apparent what you must do to bring the story to an end. You storm into the London embassy and grab a frightened diplomat by the lapels. "He still loves you, Frederick," you cry. "When you overheard him and Percy, they weren't lovers in earnest. They were only rehearsing for a play. Now go to him and quick, because next week he's due to be married to the loathsome Margaret." You depart before Frederick has a chance to ask any questions. Get a port report here at Eagle's Empyrean. And I'll visit the embassy. Oh, I think this is probably what I spent all of my artifacts on. I converted a lot of them into moments of inspiration. I'm going to convert a few more. A 3-to-1 ratio on this is actually pretty good for moments of inspiration being what they are. I'll hold on to 8 artifacts, though. Well, that's that. Moving right along. So, we're heading from Eagle's Empyrean down past Piranesi to the Albion Transit Relay. And so long as I'm working at that, I might as well stop in Piranesi because it's an interesting place. Get some more rapport with the various officials. Where's that recorded? Is that under... it's not a matter of peculiarities. So it's got to be under possessions. Is there a reference here to... Okay, there's the House of Rods and Chains. Seal of Mr. Barleycorn, broken to Mr. Penny's, broken Mr. Pipes, broken Mr. Menagerie. So those are the ones I've shown to Mr. Barleycorn. So there's not a listing here for that location. How do you track this then? Eleutherian Mysteries, experimental modifications, transit permits, invitations to perdurance, a couple captive guests just because I had spares. So that's under possessions, and then... But it's not a peculiarity. Teas I've sampled. An encounter with a scorn fluke. Taste for the bottle. Blue Kingdom status. Drinking of bitter waters. The oldest of the heart catchers at Pan. Unaccountably peckish. Left food at the horizon's end. Okay. Now, I don't know where our relationships with people at Piranesi are actually tracked. Oh. Let's not start up immediately if I might run into some other ships. This guy's really clogging up my exit lane. Okay, here we go. This should be fine. This does take a while to start up. Ooh, that's a big chunk of fuel. But that is fast. My goodness, that is fast. We're just gonna cut straight through the Belt of Midnight. Don't you shoot me. You didn't shoot me fast enough. You lost your chance, buddy. Alright, let's see. So I think I can cut down through here. Level off a bit more. Make sure I don't run into this. Lots of amber that I'm missing because I didn't mount the drill. Oops. Oh right, this place has the worst sound effects. Whoa. Ack. It showed up right in front of me. And now we're just in an utter tangle of scribe spinsters. One of them actually floated into an extinguishment. Doesn't do anything to him. Alright. Enough of that trouble. Another stop in at Piranesi, the prison without doors. I've only learned one of the rules of Piranesi. I'll go with the gallant reformer. Now, write a report. This is something I haven't tried. The sound of a flute. You come upon a woman, or something shaped similarly to a woman, in a long brown coat and hat. She sits atop a stone idol where the four paths cross, her legs crossed beneath her long brown coat. Her hat is pulled low, covering her eyes. The reformer introduces you. This is the venerable flautist, the oldest prisoner of Piranesi. She's been here for centuries. And how has she changed in that time? She pauses her tune. Well, she says cheerfully, so far I've managed to learn the flute. Oh. You know the second rule now. Instead, you ask for more information about the halved. You unlock this with the second rule of Piranesi. You have one and all. Oh, is the second rule something I already knew? Maybe the second rule was the one I broke before. The rule about not giving a name to the unnamed. Tell a story, bit of a bond with the flutist. Alright, so I'll have to work on that a bit. You know, I haven't tried this yet. Ask the prisoner about the rules of Piranesi. Doesn't know or is unwilling to tell you. Alright, well, let's do a cautionary tale. Our rapport with the reformer is up to 7. So it's one short of getting information on the other chaplains from the reformer. And we will leave. We've still got this follower. I think the other rule break might be related to dealing with this follower somehow. We'll go with the glib performer. I don't recall if I've interacted with him yet. The glib performer hoots with laughter. He grabs an iron lamp from a high shelf and hurries you from the cottage. We should be the very best of friends, you and I. Oh. Press the performer for information. He produces a string of colorful handkerchiefs from his sleeve and wraps them around your neck. That's right, it's the first rule you get to know. The second and third rule are the secret ones. The other chaplains are extremely dull, he says. Why don't we talk about something fascinating, like the patterns upon moths, or gentrification, or the sawing apart of an elderly widower? I have refused to mistreat the prisoners before. I have not helped him torment the prisoners. Let's give it a shot. You can't bring yourself to truly torment the prisoners, and settle for prodding them gently and making awkward jokes at their expense. Nevertheless, the performer seems satisfied. He grins and leads you further up a spiral staircase. Wait, or was it that no, last time I did not refuse, I also tried. Refusing is something I haven't done. Okay, I have the second rule, I don't have the first rule. You have to learn both the first and second rules to continue from this point with the glib performer. And the glib performer is the one where you have to have that. You pass a squalling thing clinging to the wall. It lacks structure or substance except its stark eyes. What was my name? It mules. I'll tell it a story. Okay, I also haven't tried going into Piranesi without a guide, so that's something I could maybe do some other time. Oh, while I'm here, I think... Okay, it's gemstones you can buy here. I don't care about buying gemstones. I thought I might be able to buy glass here, which I still need a bit more of. Okay, so this will drop me off just north of Warlebury Juxtamar. Where can I establish the colony? Perdurance or Brabazon? We're going to put a spider council in Perdurance. The people in Brabazon have it hard enough, and it sounds really goddamn hilarious to mess up Perdurance like that. Oh, a crossroads. I'll pop in here real quick and refuse. For a free terror reduction, because nothing else you can do at a crossroads is free. Costs are actually quite extraordinary. You can get some really cool stuff very quickly if you want. But I don't need that. Here we go. Direct passage to Albion. And they don't make me pay a dime because I built the damn thing. Oh look, a curator right over there. Travel to Albion for free! You made the long, ruinous journey here across an uncharted sky road. To its staff, you are a cross between a messiah and a curse. Some of the staff here accompanied you on that journey. Most still have nightmares about it. The poisoned starlight, the vast breathing shapes that sometimes shared the road, dwarfing your engine. So I'll make a brief stop at Warlebury. And then I'll head east to Perdurance. I could stop into the Clockwork Sun while I'm at it. Actually, do we really need to stop in at Warlebury before going to Perdurance? I don't think so. I don't know whether or not I can cut across that, so we're not going to go into full speed. If I go from Perdurance to the Clockwork Sun, I can get fuel at the Clockwork Sun. Perdurance will not sell you fuel or supplies. It's a pretty barren little port. And this is a bit of a hungry engine. Being said, I understand this engine can eat souls. Fortunately, I don't have any souls on board. I need to carry a few in the hold, just because. Hey, buddy. Bit of a saying. Sky story for a vision of the heavens. Pretty good. Uncanny specimen, not bad. And we're over into Perdurance. What was that electrical noise? I don't recall what does that. Exchange a bit of gossip. Port Port. Spider Council. You wait for the moment when Perdurance's glittering debutantes have finished their perfect day, pass through the parlor to begin it anew. Excited visitors flock to see them. You release your sorrow spider from its bag. It scuttles under a voluminous skirt and accompanies the debutantes into their day's festivities. It is difficult to say how time passes in Perdurance, but when the debutantes emerge again from their mask, you notice that one or two of them are wearing decorated eye patches. The next time they emerge, it is several of them. The time after that, even more. Apparently, it's quite the craze. Your sorrow spider returns to you, its business complete. Below stairs, Perdurance now scuttles with spiders. They found a bitter servant with nimble fingers who was prepared to knot them into a council. Lost 10 strength of the sun, gained 2 salon-stewed gossip. Alright. You have established spider councils in the Reach, Eleutheria, and Albion. In time, they will multiply and grow, and found further spider councils in other ports. They will be the Spider Senate's eyes and the instruments of its will. At the heart of each council is a sorrow spider imbued with a precise set of instructions from the Senate. They have much to do. This is only the beginning. Your scheme will be centuries in the hatching, although your own role is most vital in these early stages. In addition to their duties as your eyes and agents, the Spider Councils have begun work concocting a remarkable venom. Each council will contribute one element to the compound. It will be a generational work of noxious alchemy, a symphony of poisons. But for now, you must make for the Blue Kingdom and the toll tower at Sky Barnet to make deals with devils, because every trap requires bait. Okay. Let's see. I can make it to the London or the Clockwork Sun. I need a pane of stained glass, especially if I'm going back to... yeah, so I can get fuel and stained glass over there, so let's do it. I need both of those things, more or less. Just, get rid of you. Loot some ministry secrets. Gather up savage secrets. I am actually very short on cryptic benefactors. So the next time I blow one of those guys up, I should go for benefactors. I need to get clear of Daniel's thwart, and then I should be able to go full steam over towards the Clockwork Sun. So that's that. Is anything else in the way? I'll have to be careful through this. Here we go. So I can get fuel and stained glass at the Clockwork Sun, and I can progress the sequencer's package stuff. I don't know how much more I'll need to do for the sequencer to get that plot line, like, wrapped up. I don't actually know how far that plot line goes. This is about the heading. Yep, skirt that. There we go. Oh no. Bit of a collision. I didn't think that was collidable. That being said, this hull can really take a beating. From what I recall, it takes 2 panes of glass for me to create a scribe spinster in the Forge of Souls. I have seen this happen before. Let's see. The artless microsecond before an enchanting silence is interrupted. Okay, report. Towards Azimuth. That story beat about things breaking down always happens. Charitable assignment. A hand settles on your shoulder. From here on out, the coffers of Azimuth are dedicated entirely to the betterment of mankind, says the sequencer breathlessly. Together we'll bring light to even the darkest regions of Albion. I hope you'll join me in a hymn. Without waiting for your answer, he launches into a breathless hymn. You don't know the words, but do a creditable job of mumbling along. Another charitable assignment. Well-intentioned package to Warlebury Juxtamar, hidden side of the port. Very good. Oh, I had so many chances to have this literature to bring over here. I had like 4 chances to make sure I had that on board, and I, time and time again, failed. But we'll restock. And I'm getting out of here back to London. So with the Panes of Glass, I can accomplish that goal at the Forge of Souls, which I assume will get me the gratitude of the head Scribe Spinster. That's it for that bit of coffee. I have just a little bit more, and then I will have polished off the entirety of my French press. Which isn't too bad. He gets about the upper bounds of what I allow myself to have in a day. Comes out to about 2.5 cups. I want to stop in at the ministries so that I can inform them of the horologist's work I've been doing. I don't have too much business in Albion apart from that, so I'd like to just go back to the Reach afterwards. I'll have to go to the Reach, and then back to the Blue Kingdom. And then to Sky Barnet to apparently deal with some devils. I wonder what they're going to ask me for. Souls, perhaps? I can supply souls. I can supply a lot of souls. If this is centuries of work, I can apply a lot of hours, but not necessarily centuries of hours. And I'm sure the hours trade might suffer a little from the fact that I've infested Lustrum with sorrow spiders. Perhaps I could just ask my my good friend, the immutable hoarder, to carefully preserve me. Part of me thinks that the truth is that we will be the one to kill the son of Albion in the past, somehow. A special assignment. The Mother of Mountains is the primary source of London's hours, but the rush to mine it is frenzied and unruly. The Windward Company has reported a notable uptick in adulterated hours of late. Unscrupulous prospectors mingle them with geodes of chalcedony or quartz. I would normally send an inspector, but I'm sure you can handle it. Prove me right, Novitiate Second Class. Special assignment in Lustrum. Got it. Deliver some port reports to the Genial Auditor. And with 18 gratitude, I will get myself a second royal dispensation, just in case I need it. This is about the only place in the game where you can routinely collect royal dispensations. And yes, that is through 16 Ministry Gratitude. I feel like I probably missed a pickup of the New Street line. I think they wanted me to grab somebody in Eleutheria that I just missed. Oh, Home Bureau at the Avid Horizon. And a delivery to Lustrum. Okay. I didn't know I could have both a delivery and a pickup at the same time. I missed a drop-off in Lustrum. Unless I have to pick up that person from the Avid Horizon and drop them off in Lustrum. That's probably the case. I could go back down to the Avid Horizon for business. What I want to do, I think, I'm going to put in here at London and transact with the bank a bit. Put away Disiphony, Panes of Glass. I can withdraw the Panes of Glass again at Skybarnet, to the extent that I need them. I also think I want to restock on supplies that I'm carrying in the bank. So, buying for the bank supplies. And buying for the hold supplies. Okay. At the Bazaar, Bronzewood for Parliament, Literature for the Avid Horizon. So, I might as well. Literature. 2, 5, 6, 7, 8. I have 2 interactions that will require literature at the Avid Horizon, because the Superlapsarians will also want some. So, we'll go to the Most Serene Mausoleum, through the Home Bureau, and then out to the Reach Transit Relay. That's the game plan. Right, this thing. I almost always take a couple collisions getting out of here in this direction. I have to work around that, and the Agravain's a bit clumsy. Before I do that, though, it is a good time for me to get up and stretch and get some coffee. I'm gonna run an ad break so that the ad is running while I'm not doing anything, and I'll be right back.
Oh, wow. Ugh. So,
Welcome back. That was a good stretch. I need to get more in the habit of running ad breaks like that and getting up routinely. I think every 2 hours is probably about a good schedule for it. I'll commit to that in the future. This being about the 3-hour mark, my intent was to play for 4 hours total today. After that, I need to cook myself some dinner. On to the Resurrectionist. Excuse me. I think it's a little annoying that there are swivel guns available to NPCs, but not to you, regardless of how fancy your vessel gets. Back in Seas, you had some ships that had like rear-mounted guns and things like that. There were some differences. Of course, in Sunless Seas, you fire in an arc as opposed to always being straight ahead. Wait, that was a sale of poetry. I thought I was buying poetry. No. I thought I was bringing them poetry. I'm bringing poetry to the Avid Horizon. Now I have far too much poetry. Oops. That's right. I had come here to search for the Dismal Chamberlain. Let's descend into the vaults. Examine the strange vault. Oh, yeah. Feels like ours to no avail. Return with bright eyes and a cold hand around your heart. You will find that which you seek. So, we don't have it. Let's approach the Deathless. Since I have some spare literature, I'll make a donation so that I can speak with the Deathless again. Gained a vision of the heavens. New bargain may now sometimes be found at the mausoleum. Okay, that changes the bargain away from what it was previously, which was this Ministry Improved literature that I just grabbed. It's not terribly meaningful in that case. I'd already made good on it. So it was determined that the son of Albion, the throne of ours, was killed by poison. If he is killed, if this son is killed in the future, and is indeed the ruler of ours, does that mean he's killed for all time? That would be quite stupendous. To learn on the same captain, to on one captain learn that the son of Albion was killed with poison, and that the unclear bomb was not used. To learn all at once that the son was not killed by man, and then to become the man that killed that god. It's a very protracted sort of actually. Lots of sailing around. Now then, on the stair to the sea. We'll descend to the flotilla. Speak with the illuminated archivist, and request another reading of the word. His emaciated breast is marked with what appears to be a timetable. The trains leave from Moloch Street between the hours of 12 and 12. This is on Ladybones Road. He continues, reciting scraps of knowledge from old London. He traces a scar running down the curve of his chest, and here, the address of a honey-wrecked detective is on the mend. He traces a honey vial that hangs above a rib. Such things we've pulled from the drifts by the gate. Messages left behind. Perhaps they came through, perhaps they were abandoned. You've read a little of the word. Provide a moment of inspiration for the illuminated archivist. Bring me a memory of old London, as she might be now. Quiet, peaceful. Their most troublesome elements all fled to the sky. Tell me of Wolfstack and the Z, the smoke and the smog. The illuminated archivist pulls a handful of battered pages from his trouser pocket as you make ready to speak. He motions for you to go on, his expression rapacious. Speak of mysteries uncovered. Now, this would relate to each of the 4 attributes. Veils, irons, mirrors, and hearts. I'll speak of vices enjoyed in Vale Garden, where dandies dream in honey and drown in wine. Bring supplies, a crate of nostalgic crockery, and a caddy of dried tea to the illuminated archivist. There's not much point in hanging out at the flotilla right now if I don't need to build rapport with one of the groups. I could, but you can build rapport with one of the groups quickly enough without worrying about this. It seems to take a lot of time and materials to ingratiate yourself with all 3 cults of the flotilla. Talking about probably 4 trips, maybe more. That is a weft of time. Let's not fly into it. Excuse me, you punk. I can interact with the Abbot Horizon. I don't remember if I've done this before. A rough hut. Sure. Supplies to outlast the cold. That one there is a senior scrivener. I'd prefer not to have to deal with him. If he stays on my tail, I might have to turn around. No? Are we good? I think we're good. At the Home Bureau, might as well put in here. The Devil's been left behind here. What are you up to? Yeah, he's got new bargains, prospects. They wanted literature. Here you go. Oh, we got free hull repairs. And they've got hours for sale. I'll actually buy all of these. Why not? Well, they could sell me the dried tea. If I had the crockery, I might buy the tea and turn around. Port. We'll meet a new street line passenger. Backroom of Murgatroyd's Frontier Supplies. Speak to the prudent observer. Doesn't really do much. I can take tea, which is a terror reduction. I think it's a bigger terror reduction the first time you do it, and I think that applies to most terror reductions. I'm not sure if that's true or not. And I can purchase a caged catch. That is nice and cheap for it, but I'll get the terror reduction instead. I mean, it's a good discount on a caged catch, but I don't really need it. Okay. We should kick up full steam about here as we're going up through Pratchett Sound. We should be able to make it through here to the bit between on full steam for about the whole trip. More or less. Just need to be clear of these 2 rocks. This one here. once we're clear of this guy, want to level off a bit. And let's hit the gas. Okay. Leave that Scorn Fluke alone. We'll pass up on these ruins. Those are the risks of going full steam. You'll lose out on some interactions. I'm not going to bother going over to interact with Parliament. I don't know if there's ever an ending to chains with Parliament, or if it's purely cyclical. There are a lot of ports that I have not concluded, because some ports are just very repetitive. And you'll only get conclusions for them if you hang around in the same, like, 3 places for a very, very long time. Ooh, that is a nice time for me to be going full speed. Excuse me. We're not going to deal with you. It's probably an appropriate spot to stop. You know, a little extra pickup here. Bit of fuel. Very nice. And we'll do a quick stop in at the bit between. I wonder if they're going about another revolution over here. Last day, try to help a work worlder. Got it. All right. That's a very tough check. Okay, they've got too much unrest. First with an overseer. Port report. Want to reduce disgruntlement. We'll throw away some ministry stamped literature. Tales of Terror, super cheap. Okay, that's the best we can do for now, I guess. Let's recycle if I... No, it's... charity? Sure. Okay, no, this isn't going to forward... this is not going to roll over to something else without the passage of time. Right. Pop over to Little Nice real quick. Line on a bench, and this is basically everything we can do here. Back on the bit between. We could buy some hours. I'll buy some hours. This is about the closest I could buy crockery if I wanted to flip back around to the Avid Horizon, which I don't. Okay, going back to the Reach will drop me in Port Prosper. Okay. I also haven't gone up to the Well of the Wolf often enough to understand bee dances on this captain. Last time I stopped by, I think maybe the last 2 times I stopped by, I did not have a Searing Enigma to spare. Shame that. Whisper Winds, sure, moving through it. Present to customs, nothing to declare. So on and so forth. First class to the Reach, here we go. So a quick stop in at Port Prosper, then we'll stop by at the at New Winchester, go from New Winchester to the Blue Kingdom to go to Sky Barnet. I'm assuming it's going to have me do something else in the Blue Kingdom aside from just Sky Barnet, because there's Sky Barnet's barely a trip. here. Ouch. No big deal. Port report, deliver Apollonian cinders, which I picked up a long while ago. 4 visions of the heavens. Nice. We've been around here enough that we're getting pretty good opportunities just for hanging out in Port Prosper. Settler transport. They would like to go to the nature reserve. Cool. Do I have any tackety nameplates? Just 1. I'll take sovereigns. Nothing else to do at Queen's Cross. I can buy some stained glass. Really short on this stuff. Okay. So we absolutely need to do some banking over in New Winchester. We can take a full steam all the way out to Havenwood, probably. Whoa. I almost misaligned that dreadfully. Could have crashed right into that little lip. I missed that interaction. Oh well. I want to do this little thing here. Bye, my cryptic benefactor. Little bit of course correction. Okay. Now I think I can go about straight south, kick through that as well, and then I won't have to slow down until I hit Riekstead. There we go. Okay. Yes. There's a question of if we can cut... we can make the turn to go east around that bend. Let's see what we can do. There we go. We need to go down the middle here. I think this is about where we will need to stop. Just past Victory Hall. There we go. All right, setting out some deposits. I'm going to keep 2 selections of Immaculate Souls on board. Stock up on fuel and supplies. There we go. And I don't think there's much else to do here. Nothing there. I can replace 1 crew member. There we go. Off the Skybar net. Wonder what the heck I'll have to pass over to these devils. itchy. Whew. Go. And I have 8 more otherworldly artifacts to go back into the Blue Kingdom with. Well, let's pick up my heart again. I'm not certain that this particular interaction had anything to do with cold hands around my heart. My other thought is that a cold hand around my heart might relate to the waste waif, but I don't know what to do about that. If you ever need to seek forgiveness from the waste waif, you can get that by flying off the edge of the map and leaving an offering for her out in the middle of nowhere. Just dock here real quick to reclaim my heart. The conjoined creature examines its board of beetles, then it unpins one and drops it in a bowl. Wait, was that the right one? Before you can inquire, the inhabitor produces a pestle and smashes the beetle to death. Pain drops you to your knees. When the beetle is ground to paste, the inhabitor adds silvery dust and a spoonful of black oil. Then it tips the lot into a liquid that is the consistency of curdled milk. You drink it. Something the size of a cardamom seed slips down your throat. It will take a little time to grow back, the inhibitor warns. Expect a period of uncomfortable interior rearrangement. You ask the inhabitor whether the heart was definitely yours. It tasted brassy and unfamiliar. They are much the same, it answers blithely. You have reclaimed your heart from the inhabitor of the threshold. You will not part with it again. You've gained 4 hearts and 1 iron. Ah, when I first did this, I lost 6 hearts. So, you can only give up your heart here once. And it's unclear that your heart is the one you got back. If it's irreversible, then maybe I was on the right track with that being related. Hard to tell. Well, our stats are not so machined as to throw us off balance for a little bit of, heart transacting. Ambition, the heart of the web. I need another indulgence from the Sun's Daughter at Death's Door. And 10 selections of Immaculate Souls, which I've got. Okay, so. If I need to speak to... I'm going to need to be yoked again. Bring on a Cowled Loquacitor. Back to the embassy. I'll get some copies of the cultural attaché's work. A volume of notes. I'm gonna grab 3 volumes of notes. Bizarre caged catches for the Forge of Souls. I'll need that. Might as well pick up this opportunity while I'm at it, too. That was... how many caged catches? 5. I'll be making my way to the Forge of Souls to be yoked, but also while I'm there, I need to build a Scribe Spinster. Cult, the Garden Archivist. Back to her again. Okay, so... the cost to build a Scribe Spinster... It's got to be recorded here somewhere. Everything gets recorded in this. But it might not be anywhere that is easy to find. The cost for the servitor, I think, also is not very well documented. Secondment, Cupbearer of the Rose, give yourself as they fade. Okay, so from what I recall, it was 2 panes of glass and a certain amount of bronze wood. I'm gonna try 3 bronze wood and hope that works. So let's just take this stuff over to the Forge of Souls and hope. So I'm sure it's been at least 2 weeks since I was last here. If I can get yoked and go to the daughter, then I'm certain that I could get an indulgence. So it's an indulgence from the Sun's daughter and 10 Immaculate Souls. I've got like 20 Immaculate Souls. The Immaculate Souls are far from being a problem. I can full speed up through this stretch. Worst case scenario, I collide with the Lagoi. Excuse me. Yeah, we're good. Humana. You know, to get to a certain place here, I think I might need a Testament of the Feather to get into the forge to try the craft. Let's see about that. It does take quite a while to stop. Oh well. We're good for it. %180% speed seems like, or 160%? It's the fastest we can get around, so. Enter the Lyceum. Report. Back to the Forge of Souls. Okay, so I need a Testament of the Feather to get in. Ugh. Not much to do with that. Court of Dust. Lyceum. Audience of the Lamentation. An endorsement from my litigator. I can only talk to the Lamentation 4 times. Siege for a Testament of Salt. No, this is Testaments of Salt. This is not a Testament of the Feather. Shoot. So I need to get a Testament of the Feather from somewhere else. Well, let's get yoked. Inquired about being yoked. Could be of service. Casket of Sapphires. Alright, so it's either 3 barrels of hours or go get this Casket of Sapphires every single time. And the task is requires a Testament of the Feather, so I'll need to do that. Jeez, this is so annoying. Take that. Got 1 thing of Navarretine gemstone. Okay, so yeah, let's just buy the gemstones to get yoked. Petitioning for an audience is going to be my downfall. Okay, so Testament of the Feather is the usual way of getting in here, it seems. No, it wasn't. It wasn't gemstones. It was hours. I'm such a dummy. Okay. This is very annoying. So I need a Testament of the Feathers to get into the thingamajig. And there are 2 ways for me to get that. I'm not yoked yet. Ow. Get out of here with that. So I need to go to... I need to go to the House of Days. Unless I can find another way of getting yoked. I think I should probably just offer 3 barrels of hours instead of redoing this thing about sapphire casks every time I need to come back here and do something about this. Notable damage, but not impermissible. Let's look for the engine's plundered hull. What do we got? A selection of immaculate souls. Okay. That's handy. If I didn't have so many of them, I would consider that to be good loot. I'm just kind of overburdened with immaculate souls by now. Okay, so it's gemstones. Gemstones are the payment I use the House of Days to stop being yoked. To become yoked, I can pass hours off, but every time I'm doing this passage of hours, I also need to, every time I'm doing that, I also need to get an audience with the Lamentation of Mists. And it's the audiences with the Lamentation of Mists that seem to be a severe possible limiter on me, because I cannot get lost pages while I'm out here. I can only get them in Eleutheria. The other option is Testaments of the Feather. So. I'm going to bank the gemstones in one of the selections of souls, bank one of the bronze wood. Take back a bit of this stuff, and more fuel. This is like nervous refueling. I don't need that. Alright, so. The House of Days. I think after the House of Days, we'll just be back to the Forge of Souls, more or less. So, oh, that's right. The test to get Testaments of the Feather requires Cryptic Benefactors. So I need a stack of Cryptic Benefactors. Let's stop in at the Embassy and exchange Embassy Gratitude for Cryptic Benefactors to try and convert those up to Testaments of the Feather, and then get those over to the Forge of Souls. Yeah. Embassy. Court reports in the Blue Kingdom. I've got 9 gratitude of the Embassy. And it is 3 gratitude for a Cryptic Benefactors, so we can only grab 3 of these. I need to be more diligent about blowing up the right things to get more Cryptic Benefactors. I should have been hunting down more Ministry Monitors while I was out and about. Yeah, the big problem is that getting this stuff is a Veils test. And I can't even really increase my Veils any higher. It's kind of stuck at this 40 bracket. Age catches. Okay, I think it was the Court of Apes where I need to get these Testaments of the Feather. Yeah. My rate here is only 48%. Is there anywhere else here that I can get a Testament at a better rate? I don't think so. That's where you can do casks to get the status of ephemera. Oh, and this is how you go from the Court of Mayflies is how you go from antedeceased to ephemera. And then seeing the Pansecritus also requires a Testament of Feathers. So yeah, these Testaments of the Feather are a huge limiter for me. You get 4 shots. Got 1. Got 2. Nice. 3 out of 4 successes. Okay. We're out of Cryptic Benefactors. Alright, with that, we're heading back over to the Forge of Souls. Change of heart? Okay. Think about taking it back. One of the settler events can happen randomly. They will think about wanting to go back to where you drop them off, or you can sign them onto your crew if you're short crew, which is kind of neat. But I haven't really been taking much in the way of options that lose you crew. Okay, let me make sure I have all the right things on here. So, if I want to become yoked through the Sapphires thing, I have to meet the Lamentation twice. So, we're going to do this... I have to meet the Lamentation twice and give up a Testament of the Feather. And that's nonsense. So, we're going to go with the Hours method. I need one set of hours for that. Take on a bit more supplies and fuel. We always want to have about as much supplies and fuel as we can carry to this place. Okay, so... no music, really. Or very, very dim music. So, over to the Forge. And at the Forge, we get yoked so that we can talk to the Daughter of Suns. Sun's daughter. And then I'll create the thingamajig. And I'm only now remembering... no, it's only Visions of the Heavens. So long as I have a litigator, I can talk to the Sun's daughter using only Visions of the Heavens. If I don't have a litigator, I also need to supply Navaratine gemstones and a Moment of Inspiration. Which we really don't want to be throwing all that stuff around. Let's get over there a little faster. That wasn't even from the Lagoi shooting at us. It's not mad at us. That was a side effect of the Lagoi shooting at the Spirifer. We took that hit and the bonus damage from being at full speed. Yeah. That's not a yeah at the coffee. That's a yeah on taking that hit. Coffee is still fine. It's not hot anymore, but... it's just a good blend. It's the Orinoco breakfast blend. The brand is based out of Maryland. So it's sold at it's sold as a local brand around here. Okay, so at the Forge of Souls, I can secure entry to the Forge with the Testament of the Feather. An aspect of Verdance from Bronzewood. Verdance, Caprices of the Forge. And an aspect of Dominion. The Scribe Spinster is one aspect of Verdance, one aspect of Dominion. Now craft Scribe Spinster. What are the other things here? It can make Immaculate Souls, crew members. An aspect of Incarnadine is from Souls. Okay, I don't need that right now. Old recipes are consulted. The sisters in green and gold mediate between the ministers of red and white. A dozen sheaves of wood are burnt, rekindled, and burnt again. At last, they have something approaching a soul. This is carefully guided through the echoing halls, growing as it is imbued by each spirit of the appropriate character. You watch as the sisters pin quills to the form, sewing parchment wings onto its bronzewood flesh. Correspondence is traced from the walls onto its hood. Claws curl, yearning for scraps of old knowledge. It is, at last, unmistakably a Scribe Spinster. Lamentation of Mists will be pleased. I now have a Condemned Experiment. So I get a Condemned Experiment every time I do this. Curry favor with the Lamentation of Mists at the Forge of Souls. Okay, so now I have the Lamentation's Gratitude, and I can enter here. I see the Gratitude is a 2, so I may have a limited ability to come back and do this, which is notable. So, completing my task for the Lamentation would require me to spend a Testament of the Feather. I'm going to petition for an audience. Ah, there we go. The Lamentation is aware of my value, so now I can visit the Lamentation without worrying. Curried favor with the Lamentation of Mists. It doesn't look like that spent out my favor. That's good. I don't need more Testaments of Salt right now. This is also noteworthy. If I have the Embittered Devil as a litigator, I can become yoked more easily. Okay. I'm now yoked. While I'm here, I might as well pick this up. Pass over 3 Stokers. It's the Trial of Appetite again. Go to the trial. Examine the feast. Doesn't matter which one we click on there. We consider a secret to gain a Testament of Salt. And then we'll leave. So we can farm, we can now farm up Testaments of Salt as much as we want, because we can keep getting audiences of the Lamentation. It might be that we need to keep, what's it called? We might need to continually build Scribe Spinsters to keep getting audiences, but I'm not certain. So I'm not going to push my luck on it. I'm not going to worry. I need to go see if I can get that indulgence from the Sun's Daughter, which is a hearts check. It's a vision of the heavens followed by a hearts check. Oh, it's the wrong turn again. I've done that before. I am curious about the Amaranthine Edict. They stopped building new life forms out here. They had this great work by which they could bring new things into life, and they just stopped. By some edict of the westernmost king. It seems as though each of the judgments is referred to as a king. The king who speaks, the king who wars. The previous judgment in the Reach had a king title reference that was used by the Spider Senate to blast the should have him dead. Jumble of Souls, not bad. It's not good, but it's not worthless. I think there's a couple extra uses for Jumbles of Souls around here. Okay, so while yoked, are you aggressive to me or not? I don't know, dude. I guess it's aggressive. I thought it wasn't, but I suppose the red pip I got from the other side of the wall was actually its aggression triggering. Good that it can't shoot me through walls. We're not playing Mega Man here. Stuffed in at the Shadow of the Sun. And I'm going to go first to Port Report first. Port Report on Death's Door. Garden of Unflowers. Tell her the conclusion you wrought. Unlicensed chart. Offer to conclude another story. Eagles Empyrean again. Make another Unflower, read it before it wilts. Audience with the Sun's Daughter. Arbiter of Fates have not tired of you yet. Let's take a more durable shape, as before. Cowled Loquacitor assists. Form resilient to Resplendence. I will again plead for an indulgence. Crap. Okay, so if that has failed, I need time to pass. And I'll need to use another Visions of the Heavens. It's currently the 18th of May. Typically, these things, the time passage typically goes in 2-week blocks. So I need to spend 2 weeks milling about to come back and try this check again. Irons, hearts. I could have swapped over to the conductor beforehand. And that would have gotten me an extra 10 hearts. Which might be kind of the difference in this case. Well, so long as I'm waiting on stuff, I'm going to stop in at the Horologian. Antedeceased. Coming Ephemera. Leave. Okay. So, I'm going to check out what's actually over here to the west of Horologian, because I've never checked. Send out the Ratronaut. Well, there's something peculiar up to the northwest. What have we here? Oh, just a bit of floating junk. Dried tea. Neat. Okay, so let's see. I could go down to the court. That's a dead end. Might as well go down to the stone-faced court in the White Well. Scorn Flute. Rooney's Cove. Direct hit. Another direct hit. Go. Harvest Souls. More Immaculate Souls. Not bad. Alright. I have not been to the court while yoked. It does seem as though the court has different interactions depending on which status you're in. So let's see if there's any new storyline to pick up on. Slopes of Nysa. Speak of vaults of souls here, fiercely guarded, ferociously sought. Yada yada. Okay, so let's see. Oh, one of the yellow ones. Is that? Narrow roads so thick the sap. I think that's a poetry reference. There are a lot of things in Fallen London that are literature and poetry references. There's one while you're fixing clocks that is a clever little reference to Around the World in 80 Days. Seek entry. Ah, can't go in while you're yoked. Okay, well, and I didn't bring my hours. I'll buy that bombazine. That's fine. Okay, so nothing to do there. It is on to the 22nd of May. Ouch. And we're looking for it to be kind of the first week of June. Touch of the skies. I can make it work. Leave here. Fly away to the Wellmouth was ceded to the Widows. Okay. So there are certain actions here that are only available to the antedeceased. Yada da 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 da. Okay. Not gonna worry about it then. Can't prove anything right. Okay, so I guess I'm just running like there's not much to do here to pass the time. So there are no interactions here that fast forward time, as opposed to like if I were in Albion and I needed to fast forward time, I could go to Parliament. Ouch. Well, I should go get the ship repaired. Harvest souls. Yeah, but I think if I need time to pass, my only real option here is to just kind of fly around, trading things back and forth. Or I could go to the Reach and come back, if I weren't yoked, which is the thing. I need to be yoked to talk to her. I don't think I can leave while I'm yoked. I don't know, maybe I can. I never checked. The other spirits seem to state that if you try to leave the Blue Kingdom while you are yoked, you will just kind of dissipate into nothing. Oh, well, that's something. Aha. Well, he did not put up much of a fight. Let's take a trophy for the nice big chunk of terror reduction. On to May 24th. I don't actually know how the rules about time passage work in the game. I think you might get a slight... Like, there are some interactions that involve a time bump without it being one of the ones that say it is not the time that it was. Anytime you get the message, it is not the time that it was, you're getting a nice time bump on the 25th. Grab repairs. Oh no, I need to turn in support reports. I got a couple. Repairs. Okay. I'm going to call it here for tonight. We've been playing for about 4 hours, and I need to cook some dinner. I think this bit about getting an indulgence from the Daughter of the Sun, it seems as though I have to just kill time and do some tedious things to get that. So I'm going to try to take care of that offline during the week, and then I will leave the game where it is, and then we'll come back to it when we can make this last exchange. Thank you very much for joining. This has been Jupiter Exile. Have a good evening, and I hope we wander again soon. Good night.